Good morning and welcome to the December 15th, 2025 regular meeting of Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark. Councillor Dollywall. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. And Mayor Farkas.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oki, Ambawatstich, Danitada, Tanshe. Indigenous peoples have their own names for this area that have been in use long before settlers named this place Calgary. In the Blackfoot language, it is called Mokinstis. The Yithkin, Nakota, Wikastabi First Nations refer to this place as Wichispa Oyede, and the people of the Tsuut'ina call it Gutstis. The Métis call the Calgary area Otasquini. We appreciate and acknowledge that we are gathered on the ancestral and traditional territory of the Blackfoot nations of the Siksika, Piikani, and Kainai First Nations, the Yithka, Nakota, Wikastabi First Nations, comprised of the Chiniki, Bearspaw, and Goodstoney First Nations, and the Tsuut'ina Nation. The City of Calgary is also homeland to the historic Northwest Métis and the Otipisiwak Métis government, Métis Nation, Battle River Territory, Nose Hill, Métis District 5, and Elbow, Métis District 6. We acknowledge and give gratitude to the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit who live here and call Calgary home. Before we get into the agenda, members of council, I'm sure that you heard the news over the weekend. On behalf of the people of Calgary, we extended our deepest condolences to the families and the loved ones that were impacted by the horrific attack at Bondi Beach. This attack occurred as the Jewish community was beginning to observe Hanukkah, a time that marks resilience, faith, and the triumph of light over darkness. But instead, people gathered peacefully to celebrate were met with violence. This was a deliberate attack against Jewish people, against freedom of religion, and against the fundamental right to gather without fear. There is no justification, there is no ambiguity, there is no excuse. Anti-Semitism is not abstract or distant. It is real, it is growing, and when it is tolerated, it escalates into violence. History teaches us that silence and complacency create space for hate to take root with devastating consequences. So we stand unequivocally with the Jewish community in Sydney, around the world, and here at home in Calgary. We mourn those who were killed, hold the injured and their families in our thoughts, and honor the courage of the first responders who ran towards danger. So as Hanukkah begins, we recommit ourselves to choosing light over darkness, and Calgary rejects hate in all its forms. We will speak out, we will stand up, and we'll defend the right of every person to live openly, to worship freely, and to gather safely today and always. And I look forward to joining members of the public and members of council this evening for the regular menorah lighting. We'll move now into question period. I see two questions in the docket. First to Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Thank you so much. I understand last week was the deadline for City of Calgary community partners and our various subsidiaries to submit their 2027-2030 capital funding requests through to administration. When will this list be made available to City Councillors so that we can fully understand our partners' needs and wants as we start contemplating our process for our capital spend over the next 4 years?
Thank you, Councillor Pantazopoulos, for that question. We are bringing in January, well, let me just back up for a minute. So last year there was a notice of motion to bring forward all partner capital requests in Q3 of this year ahead of budget deliberations. And so what we've done is we've reached out to all of our partners to gather their capital needs as well as all of our internal capital needs. And so at the Infrastructure Planning Committee in January, we will be bringing the 13 top capital intensive services to committee for discussion. And so that will include the service strategy, asset information and condition, service outcomes that we're currently targeting, and a list of all capital needs for those 13 services will be available. Then in May, we will be bringing the one capital plan. So those top 13 capital intensive services form about 3/4 of our capital needs. So then in May, we will be bringing the one capital plan to committee. And this will pull all pieces of capital together, and that will include the partner requests. And so we're working on those partner plans now. We're free to make changes over the next several months, but we will be bringing that to committee in May. Concurrently, council will be working on a number of strategic sessions, and so you'll be setting your policies and priorities, and then we will be merging those two things together through the year as we prioritize. So you'll be getting a list of capital needs, and then we will work with your priorities on prioritizing that capital plan.
Is there any way to get the full unadulterated list? And the reason I asked that is last week we heard about the lobbying. Obviously, when a budget comes forward, our partners have to stop talking to councillors, and I respect that. I'm sympathetic to that, understand the rationale. And my fear is now groups would submit their capital and then they're restricted. And as a councillor, absent us going out and saying, what do you want? And then there's this awkwardness, as you could tell. So having that list would be very powerful because we understand and we recognize admin's leadership with respect to that, but it'd be very helpful to understand what the list and what they needed, and therefore as council formulates our opinions, we would be able to comment on that.
So if you don't mind my piping in,
Please.
we discussed in advance whether this was a question for our infrastructure services general manager or for the partnerships general manager. And based on your question, we thought that it was primarily for infrastructure services. But what I want to clarify specific to the partners is that the no lobbying requirement is specifically to do with their operating grants. So there's no equivalent constraint in terms of discussing capital. You've heard from Acting General Manager Frommers that there are sort of a couple of layers to building the capital plan. The civic partners or the major partners' capital plans will be included in the overarching capital plan that comes forward. In the meantime, there are no constraints about their dialogue with any member of council related to their capital. The no lobbying is specific to their operating grants.
I think it would be very helpful. Take away, give some thought just to make sure that all that is included, just so we know that, because, you know, I might be on a committee and I'll make that request, but ultimately the 14 of my colleagues. And then sort of, you know, picking up with that.
I think you're only unfortunately allowed like one
Thank you.
follow-up
I'm
there.
done.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Pantelopoulos. Over to Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. During our budget deliberations, we had a long discussion about climate change and funding and how much was in our base budget. And Councillor Tyers brought forward a motion out of the 40 million that was in base to remove 9, and the administration told us that the rest was committed because we had to adhere to certain regulations. Now, I guess my question is then, what regulations are those? Is this from the city, the province, and the feds? I'm sure there's multiple regulations. To get a report on all those and how much it costs might be prohibitive, but could you tell me what the city's regulations are regarding climate change and how that affects funding? And if you can't answer in full, I could maybe give us a report later.
Thank you, Councillor McLean, through the chair. We certainly can provide that information with follow-up in writing. There are regulatory requirements with the province and our approvals to operate that if Mr. Morgan would like to offer anything else, I'd ask him to prepare any remarks. But certainly the team looks at things like flood preparation and mapping, as well as the approvals to operate. Thank you.
Chair, we'd be happy to bring a memo to council to outline all of those elements that we have in our approval to operate for the provincial government, to give you a little more clarity about those regulations that we work within. So happy to prepare that for council.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, just so we could see if there's some regulations that could be removed. I won't ask a second or third question, though. Thank you. Bye.
You can ask, but I don't know if you're getting an answer. Councillor McLean. And before we jump into, I should just recognize many council members yourself, Councillor McLean, Deputy Mayor Jamieson, represented council at a number of Hanukkah and Christmas events over the weekend, so really appreciate all of you leaning in and helping us out to make sure that we're represented all across the city. Great. So before we get into the kind of convoluted machinations of today's meeting, I'm seeking a mover and seconder for the confirmation of agenda. Moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Atkinson. So because of the cadence of Executive Committee and Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, we require a motion to add the above listed items as urgent business. It's work that was done at those two committees, but typically, I don't know if you want to speak to this, Madam Clerk, but I think the typical council calendar is that usually there's enough time for these committees' work to filter through to the council meeting that's held that month, but we're just a little bit early because I don't think anyone wants to be here a week from now.
That's right, Mayor Farkas. Originally, the cadence of the regular meeting was on December 23rd. So all of these committee items would have made it to that meeting. However, the previous council adjusted the date to December 15th, and that's where the misalignment with the agenda timelines occurred.
Okay. Thank you. Before I seek that motion to add these items, Councillor Chabot?
Yeah, my question is in regards to some late submissions that were submitted, and I believe Madam Clerk has them, and I'm just wondering when the appropriate time would be to ask that they be added to the corporate record.
I believe, that, Madam Clerk, those are the 200 submissions for members of public. We do have a procedural motion a little bit later.
No, I have a separate one. It's written, it's actually for the public hearing for tomorrow. Sorry. Getting ahead of myself.
So through the chair, all public submissions with respect to the agenda items for today, we do have a motion prepared when we get into the item itself. Anything related to tomorrow's public hearing meeting of council, we will dispense with that tomorrow morning.
Thank you. May I please have a mover and seconder for the amendment to add these items? Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Yule. Any debate on this addition? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Great. That motion to add the items from IGA and Executive Committee, that motion is carried unanimously. Great. So we have the agenda as amended. Are we agreed on the agenda as amended? All in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. The agenda is amended has carried. So council, before we get into the confirmation of minutes, I'm suggesting that council recess at 5 o'clock today, hard stop at 5 in order to come back if necessary Wednesday morning. This allows for us to accommodate the beginning of the menorah lighting starting at 5:30. It's likely to go for a couple hours. It just doesn't make sense to ask us to come back today at maybe 8 or 8:30 to go until 9 o'clock. So it's just cleanest to stop at 5. May I please have a motion to that effect that we recess at 5 o'clock today and reconvening on Wednesday morning if required. Moved by Deputy Mayor Jameson, seconded by Councillor Tyers. Any debate on this? Councillor Chabot?
Yeah, I'm just curious as to why you think it'd be a problem to come back after the menorah lighting, because typically the menorah lighting is only like 1 hour, at least the official element of it. And see no reason why we couldn't come back immediately following that function to at least conclude what we can on the agenda.
Yeah, my suggestion, Councillor Chabot, is having attended in the past, there's a lot of dancing, noise, and there's a lot of public celebration outside, so I think it'll be at least maybe 2 hours, maybe 2.5 before the actual event winds down.
I've been trying to avoid the dancing parts of it lately.
Oh, I'm going to rope you in tonight, Councillor.
All right, well, I'm going to be voting against it just only because it won't work well with my schedule. Hopefully we can get done quicker. Otherwise, I'll be likely working remotely on Wednesday.
Member Council, this is a limit. It's not a target. We do not use all the time available to us. Let's hope that we end by 5 o'clock so that Councillor Chabot can finish writing his Christmas cards. Any other debate on this amendment that would allow us to stop at 5 o'clock coming back on Wednesday? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Chabot is opposed. Councillor Chabot and Atkinson are opposed. Anyone else? Okay, that motion is carried with those two aforementioned in opposition. We will end today at 5 o'clock, coming back at 9:30 on Wednesday, if required, council. Okay. All right. Over to seeking a mover and seconder for confirmation of minutes. Councilor Chabot?
Yeah, and I believe it's moving as amended with a slight correction under the first set of minutes. So happy to move that.
Thanks,
By the
Councilor
way,
Chabot.
great job. I don't think I've ever seen this many sets of minutes in as long as I've been on council, and that's a while. So great job, folks. And just to be clear, it wasn't, I didn't actually find a mistake. I found 0.1 of a mistake.
What, Councilor Chabot, what was the correction on 6.1?
It was a reference to 9.1.1, and it was in multiple places within the agenda because it was referenced that it was dealt with following, and anyways, there was a lot of back and forth between that particular reference, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for finding the appropriate, I guess, numbering system to make it right.
Thank you. Moved by Councilor Chabot, second by Councilor Yule. Councilor Chabot, did you purchase Alderman Hodges' station wagon, and you've printed off all of these minutes for
To be
safekeeping?
honest, just to be clear, after I got elected in 2005, Councilor, or Alderman at the time, Hodges, passed the torch on to me. So that's been a while.
Well, now that councillors have their own ink and toner budgets, Alderman, thank you. All right, are we agreed on the adoption of the minutes after amendment with the corrected 6.1? All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion for the confirmation of minutes has passed. Now I'm seeking a mover and seconder for the consent agenda omnibus motion. Moved by Councillor McLean, seconded by Councillor Chabot. Any requests to pull items? Councillor Chabot?
Because we were very short on time at Infrastructure Planning Committee, we didn't really have an opportunity to have a robust conversation around the strategy for growth and infrastructure. And so item 7.7 on the agenda, I believe, would give us the opportunity to have a more robust conversation around that particular item, and I think it should be pulled. I myself would like to have some discussion, further discussions around it, and maybe even do a motion arising. Who knows? So I'd like to pull that.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you as chair for being studious so that we could start again our council meeting. And just for the flow of the agenda today, 7.7, now that it's pulled, it'll be the item that will be discussed right before the blanket rezoning notice of motion, so it makes sense that those two be discussed in parallel. Over to Councillor Schmidt.
Sorry, I missed that. You said Councillor Schmidt, correct?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. And on that point, given what we're discussing today, I was also seeking to move item 7.4, the Home is Here audit, given that it relates to what we're speaking today from consent for debate.
Okay, that's 7.4 has been pulled as well. Any other items to pull? Okay, seeing none on the omnibus motion, are we agreed? All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the omnibus motion without 7.4 and without 7.7 has carried unanimously. All right, we are now moving to the consent agenda items selected for debate. I believe 7.4 is first up. Do we have members of administration here for 7.4 Home is Here audit?
We have Director Reed Hendry here.
Okay. Come on up.
Here and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I'm going to look to you, Councillor Schmidt, given that you pulled this item.
Yes, just given, I mean, this item was brought up during budget, but was not discussed with this current council in a lot of depth, and just curious how these recommendations and the reporting changes would relate to how the upzoning and the RCG that we'll be discussing today, if this audit will give us and give your office better reporting as to both report 7.7 that's here today as well, and also if it will give us a better idea of how the upzoning is working in relation to not affordable housing in particular, but housing affordability across the city.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair to Councillor Schmidt, I would say that the audit itself isn't focused on any action items in particular, but rather on overall processes that we use to implement and govern the strategy's go-forward direction. And so as it relates to the audit report, we welcome it with open arms as we look to improve our processes constantly as we implement the various actions in the strategy.
And so given that upzoning was a significant action as part of the Home is Here, by implementing the changes in this audit moving forward, there is a chance that we will have better reporting and better information as to the results of upzoning as a part of Home is Here to create better affordability across the city. And for us as a council, by giving this time to make the necessary changes that we hoped it would see, we can actually receive more information and better information moving forward.
I would say broadly, yes. We're looking, although the actions related to rezoning for housing weren't chosen as a focus of the audit, we would hope that the governance processes and what we're looking to improve through implementation of the audit report would have broader impacts on the strategy. And we, of course, already have regular reporting on the impacts of rezoning for housing on a quarterly interval that goes before CDC and this chamber.
And that overall, this is a strategy that is looking at longer term changes that, functionally we've been looking at this for 1.5 years, and housing is something that takes longer than 1.5 years to actually come into place and for us to see how those changes are affecting us over a long-term basis. And so that with better reporting and with more time to see this play out, we don't actually know at this point how well or not well it's working because it hasn't been working for long enough. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair to Councillor Schmidt, I would say that's an accurate statement, and that real estate does take time, and that's why the Home is Here is a strategy running from 2024 to 2030. An average single-family home might take 10 to 12 months to construct in a Calgary environment, and so we certainly are awaiting more data and monitoring that data on how the various actions in the strategy are affecting housing affordability for Calgarians.
So in your view, an audit like this that tightens up some of the reporting, tightens up the language, that is an important part of this process because we're also learning as we go when it comes to this, because housing is notoriously unpredictable because there's so many other elements that factor into it.
Through the chair to Councillor Schmidt, I would agree. I think, like any good strategic document, it's a bit of a live document, especially one that runs this sort of time span. And so any information that we can learn through solid governance processes, is something that we can then incorporate into a live document as we move through what is a very dynamic real estate market.
Right, and so this, I will likely just end it here without a question, but when we're considering functionally throwing the baby out with the bathwater, we are also putting in a lot of work to monitor the bathwater better as we go, and that by getting rid of the bathwater, and especially as it relates to item 7.7 that we'll debate after this, we are throwing out our chances to actually see what possible positive changes will result from this, or negative changes as well.
I think you're at time, Councillor Schmidt, and it doesn't look like there's an answer.
No.
Anyone else? I'm going to deem that you've moved this item to receive it for the corporate record. Can I have a seconder, please? Second by Councillor Kelly. Anyone wish to speak to home is here audit? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion is carried unanimously. We'll move now to 7.7. Councillor Chabot?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to move the recommendations. I did ask a question during committee about the specifics of the report, because it does more of a high-level overview of the infrastructure impacts of redevelopment. It looks more holistically at the city as a whole, as opposed to a more focused review some of those hotspots, because we did see a map as part of the presentation where the majority of the development is occurring. And so I don't think we did a deep enough dive into the infrastructure impacts in those more refined zones, if you will, or if there was an assessment done in those areas as to not only water, wastewater, and sewage capacity and stormwater, but the implications of electrical impacts, because as we go to electrification, and I don't think anyone can actually answer this question today, because as we move towards electrification, we do know that in order to comply with or to meet the demands of a single household, if they all had EV vehicles, it would overwhelm the system. And what I do know is that that's not recoverable through a general rate application. It would have to be paid for by the municipality to upgrade that infrastructure, unless I'm mistaken about that. But I did ask this question specific of NMAX recently, and they did indicate that there is no cost recovery mechanism through the rate base for those kind of upgrades. So I guess the question is, how do we respond to increased pressure if we continue to see increased development in a very confined area, and how can we better be prepared to respond to that on a go-forward basis? And I'll finish that question by saying, if it was a large development, we know how that would be dealt with. The developer would have to pay for all of those upgrades.
Thank you. And before we go to administration, members of council, if I can have your general consent to allow 5 minutes on this topic. The committee gave up the opportunity to be able to do this in order to accommodate the budget meeting. So with that, if clerks don't mind just adding 2 minutes to Councillor Chabot, and over to administration, please.
Hi, my name is Maggie Choi. I'm Manager Growth Infrastructure Planning. And Councillor Chabot, is your question specific to electrical or kind of all infrastructure? Yeah, certainly I think it's really important for us to be monitoring and managing infrastructure at multiple layers. And so we are monitoring at a citywide basis. As you mentioned, a lot of the stats in the report are kind of at that citywide scale. But we also are reviewing at a community scale or a local area plan scale. And I think that's really critical in terms of thinking about cumulative impact of an entire street, for example, densifying over time. You won't see that immediately at a site level on a specific development application necessarily, but we know that over time you might see a cumulative impact. And so it's really about monitoring and managing at all 3 layers, site level, community scale, and citywide, to ensure that we're preparing for the future demands as well as being responsive to the immediate needs.
Yeah, I maybe have a little too much history on this file, because Ron Kellenberg Construction, or Kellenberg, anyways, he's an engineering firm. Engineering had indicated to me that some of the stormwater, the wastewater pipes that were built to accommodate the entire north quadrant, whilst they were built to meet the needs for today, at some point in time, as we keep adding new cells, that the downstream major infrastructure pipes would have to be upgraded. And so this is where all of this kind of plays into this, where I look at it's the cumulative impact that I'm concerned about, and not just to service the immediate area, but the greater area as a whole, because a lot of the pipes all lead down to another pipe, right? So the question is not just the local pipes, but the larger infrastructure that will have to lead to the treatment facilities and or the wastewater treatment facilities, or even stormwater for that matter. So that's why, is there a mechanism right now where we can get some updates quarterly or something, so have an idea on where we're at?
Certainly, from a sanitary perspective, that's a really great example because we do annual flow monitoring in addition to verify where we're seeing additional flows and the cumulative impact of flows. And you're right, small pipes lead to big pipes that then lead to our treatment plant, and that cumulative impact can be a combination of established area growth and greenfield growth. And so we're monitoring that on an ongoing basis, and we'd be happy to provide quarterly updates. And our capital investment plan would include regular updates in terms of which pipes need to be upgraded, responding to our modeling as well as our monitoring.
Okay. And do we have to do this through a motion, or is this something that you guys are planning on bringing forward?
Councillor Chabot, we bring an annual growth monitoring report to council, and that's something that we could include as impact infrastructure, and certainly we could provide it more frequently, the infrastructure component, if that's of interest. I don't think we need direction from council to do that.
Okay. Well, I don't know where we're at today, so it's kind of hard for me to say what that frequency should be. Maybe we could do a biannually for now, just to see where we're at.
Yes, we could do that.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I had. And at the appropriate time, I'm happy to move the recommendations.
It's moved by Councillor Chabot, seconded by, who's your vice chair, Councillor Chabot? Second by Councillor Pantazopoulos. Over to Councillor Wynas.
Thanks. When reviewing this, I was a little curious. So you essentially limited the review to water, roads, and parks. Am I correct on that when you evaluated this?
That was the general confines of the report back, yes.
Okay, what other things could we classify as infrastructure investment in this? Because when I read the direction you were given, it wasn't limited to just those three variables.
So sorry, I would say the report was limited to that, just really around the types of investment programs we currently have underway and the type of general monitoring we're doing. But if you have a specific question, we do have colleagues here as well.
Well, and that's the challenge, because like what the directive was to identify areas where increased densification requires infrastructure investment. And so I think that's why when we look at this report, to Councillor Chabot's, we're looking at ripple effects that weren't actually included in the report back to council, which was what council was seeking when we voted on this. Because when I read the line, road capacity is generally assumed to be sufficient, but what is your assumption? At what point will the capacity no longer be? Will be if we fill in multiple blocks? Is there a heat map that says once we RCG out and have the built form of RCG on this radius of community redevelopment, we no longer have sufficient infrastructure?
So typically for the road network, it's best to really assess it at a local area plan scale, because then we can get a better idea for what the full vision of the densification is going to be over time. Whereas if you're reviewing an individual RCG application, it on its own is not going to have a significant impact on the overall mobility network. And so that's why we're saying from a mobility perspective, our review and our assessment is mostly done at that community scale or citywide scale.
But how many built form RCG houses have to be completed before the infrastructure of road network is no longer sufficient?
I would say that would depend on the community. And so that's why I'm saying at the LAP is our best tool to kind of really assess that based on the community needs.
Yeah, I think that's where Calgarians are getting a little bit frustrated on like what our load capacity is based on parking problems we're seeing. I'd argue we're already seeing the ripple effects of citizen experience in their neighborhood. And so do you have a true count that Calgarians can actually say this is when council needs to invest in that road infrastructure?
Shane Labatille, Development Engineering. Through the chair, thank you for the question. Councillor Wynas, to build on what Ms. Troy was saying, we do modeling out to a long-term horizon. 2078 is what we do, using densities of jobs and populations that are assumed for the city across about 2,000 transportation zones through the city and region, and we model that out into the future. And we don't look at a particular this is the X number of RCGs, this is the Y number of multifamily 4 stories, et cetera, et cetera. We look at the overall densities and jobs and population that we expect, and we refine that every few years. And it's that modeling that supports many scenarios that council weighs into, such as supporting transit, supporting other active modes for the area. So we don't go right into like a fine-grained number like you're talking about, because that is by a particular built form. We model jobs and population and come forward with densities, or sorry, come forward with programs to support, because we believe in mobility choice. The city, that is, but mobility choice, many different ways of getting around for people. And then when development permits come in, when they're of a certain scope and scale, we actually have a detailed look at the impact of that development. And depending on the scope and scale, like University District, we would go quite far on that in terms of the horizon we look at, and we start looking at level of service, what the delay is, what the impacts are to the intersections nearby, can people get around, those kinds of things. For an RCG, it is, from a system perspective, it's pretty minor, an RCG. In terms of how the network functions, it's well within the daily variation of traffic if an entire block became RCG. So parking is a different matter if you want to talk about that, but in terms of the network and how it functions, that's generally how we look at it. And Maggie's team also looks at quadrant studies as well as managing our model. So we work together with the long-term and the short-term and the site-specific.
Yeah, and so you kind of hit on that crux where I think everyone goes, what's going on? When you go, parking's a different matter, but it's pretty much negligible as we build out RCG on how you look at that riddle. So, because I think we want to get ahead on what future problems are going to come, and it's hard to get it in the reports we're seeing.
I will say, in terms of parking be a different matter, I just mean in terms of when you're driving and versus parking. And I'm just separating the two for conversation. For parking, we have found citywide that our roads are underutilized for curb space. There is lots of curb space out there. We're working through a program right now for curbside management and how that works. And then where we start having, if we start running into any issues with parking, we have a lot of tools in our toolkit, such as timed parking, which we use around LRT areas. We have the residential permanent parking program, which ensures that the curb face area is for the residents in the area as opposed to businesses nearby that may be overflowing. We have Park Plus. There's many tools in our toolkit for parking, and parking is a very complex matter. It truly is. And Calgary has a history of car ownership and kind of a culture of that. And that being said, there is no one-size-fits-all bylaw number for parking. So as administration, we've been working with the development community for at least 20 years to right-size parking. So you'll see in the downtown, a tower is like 0.8, 0.75 stalls per unit, that kind of thing. When you get out into single detached dwellings, that number goes higher. It's very much tied to location and variables like household income and household size. So we do work with the local context, with the developer for parking, and we look at the adjacent road network and say, is this sufficient? So for example, if we have someone come in and say, I want zero parking, we really look at a watershed of the area from that development and say, okay, what is the current parking demand? And what do we expect would happen? What do we have for mitigations in there? Are the streets all protected in terms of whether it's Park Plus or time parking, et cetera? And then we have a really in-depth dive into a particular application like that.
When it comes to parking complaints, do you evaluate if there's been illegally modified single-family homes, like we're seeing sort of rooming houses be developed? Is there a review of that in some of our complaints we're getting in to filter what's an RCG and what may be another action in the community?
You're asking if we look into illegally modified?
Yeah, like, so we remember when we had a house that had built all these 100 square foot rooms in it. And so when we look at what we're discussing in neighborhoods, there still may be the built form of a single family, but some of the, I guess, early indicators of more densification or unsafe housing habit or housing conditions start with parking and a number of cars in there. Are we sort of filtering out what is a result of an illegal modification to a single-family home causing the parking problems versus the RCG-built form, or some other factor that may be involved?
I feel that's a very specific question that I don't have a ready answer
Is there any
to. We don't
process?
typically look at what's illegally been done and see what's happening. That might be a bylaw enforcement issue, but for parking, we would do what is the current state based on observed counts. So it doesn't matter what's happening in a built form. Actually look what's happening in the evening on a typical weekday during non-summer months, that kind of thing. So we actually see what the demand is regardless of what the land use is beside it.
Okay, another one is, you mentioned when we start having taller buildings close together, there's need for more fire, like water supply. How are we actually making sure that's connected into the ability for the fire department to advocate to council? There's been a number of times where I'll get reports and it's in one department, we'll look at the box this way, but it's not actually connecting through to make sure proper funding is going in to address the infrastructure needs of a growing city. How are we connecting those dots and making sure the fire department can actually advocate on these changes?
So we work very closely with the fire department regularly on fire protection needs. If multiple buildings are clustered together and we do see that the existing water network is insufficient for fire protection, we would require the developer to implement an upgrade on the pipe. So they would typically have to upsize a pipe or build a cross connection, a cross tie between existing pipes to strengthen the network to support the fire protection needed for their development.
But that's one piece of it. But what about when the fire department needs to hire buy ladder trucks or add staffing levels? Like, I'm not seeing that connect through. Like, even when we do fire for greenfield development, it's a different conversation than what I'm seeing when we do redevelopment in the inner city. Yet we are rebuilding with similar materials that when one house goes up, you're burning down 3 or 4. So how are we making sure that not only are they getting the pipe, they're getting the staff to actually go in burning buildings and pull people out when we've redeveloped an area?
I think that conversation is kind of best at budget in terms of citywide population growth and the overall demand that has on our operating business units and the staffing needs. Like, I think that's kind of the best time for that conversation. And I think, as you know, I think the civic census is coming back, and I think that's going to be an important tool with real data that will support that discussion better in the future.
But where I'm challenged is how the organization is communicating that ripple effect across departments. Because yes, it's budget, but unless counselors ask the right question, it's not consistent in reports we're getting. It's not even consistent in this. And I would argue that hiring staff in the fire department or police is still an infrastructure piece that Calgarians expect this council to provide. And so I'll stop because I have 35 seconds, but I feel like we missed a lot of infrastructure pieces in this report because it wasn't just those 3 pieces council was actually asking for in the report back. It was connecting the dots on all the infrastructure of an RCG. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pantelopoulos.
Thank you so much. Councillor Chabot and Wynest asked several questions, but I'll just try to get a couple in as well. The heat map, it was absolutely fascinating for me, given that it truly was that. My expectation was more of a broader, but you can clearly see where development is happening. In fact, on Ward 6, I could almost tell you the street and the address numbers walking through there. Any learnings? Was this an expected when we put together the blank rezoning? Did we expect? Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be streets that are going to be high on the heat map, and the rest are not going to be. Any thoughts there a year in? Maybe it's a bit of a learning or a reflection.
I'll start, and maybe I'll ask my colleague Kylie Vanderpoorten to add. I do think that the data is as we expected. We expected that RCG would be incremental at a citywide scale, but we knew that it wouldn't be uniform. So we know that it affects different communities at a different pace. So I would say generally it is as we expected, and the programs and the investment programs we have are really intended to target the specific needs as they arise, understanding that it won't be a uniform growth pattern.
Yeah, I don't have too much more to add to that.
Please hit mute like it's 2021.
Okay. Not much more to add to that. I think it was somewhat to be expected that a lot of inner city growth is happening in that ring where we have a bit of a grid pattern and more redevelopment is supported. And I think it also speaks to our monitoring practices that, we have forecasts that we're doing on an annual basis. We're trying to anticipate where growth is happening and that in turn informs our capital investment strategies. And I think what you're seeing in that growth map is that that correlation is happening and our processes are robust.
Up on my other councillors' comments, the report, when I read it, it talks a lot of sort of that 30,000 foot. I think there was a comment about, you know, the quadrant approach. But if you look at this heat map, it is street approach. And, you know, in Ward 6, where I live on the west side, I get it. You know what? On a quadrant perspective, my water, sewer, power, everything will be fine. But on 45th, 37th, there will be material impact. So just help Calgarians reconcile when the report says everything's great, 0.014 density, check mark, but then speak to those sort of really impacted communities where it's higher, yellow, and then the thought process, how you're looking at infrastructure, parking, et cetera. Yeah, it works on a quadrant scale, but absolutely when you get down to a sort of a 4x4 block, it completely shatters. So how do we reconcile that with Calgarians?
Certainly, so a lot of our modeling is done at a quadrant or an overall catchment level, which could be multiple communities at once. But we are able to utilize those models to test different scenarios, different level of densification, different level of change. And that helps us identify proactively what level of investment we might need over time and where we might see those problem hotspots that need to be upgraded over time. Then when you layer in more at that 4x4 street level, site-specific level, then we can validate that model result and that the market is responding the way we had expected, the density is occurring where we thought, and then we can trigger the actual upgrade. It's really important that we're not triggering it prematurely, like based on where we anticipate demand, because we know that it can be unpredictable. And the pace of growth can be very different over time, depending on market conditions as well.
Great. And lastly, there was a discussion, let me just look at the date, days to decision, 2025, 227 to 184. What was the cause? So for a development permit, days to decision, development permits for low density housing, there's an improvement. Maybe just speak about what was caused that from 2023 to 2024 to 2025, those improvements in service levels.
Sorry, I missed the
Oh, sorry, just
reference.
on one of the attachments, it speaks to a number of days to decision, development permits for low-density housing. There's an improvement, 23, 24, 25. Just maybe speak to that, how that, what was the cause and how do we keep that trend continuing?
Of course. Thank you for the question. The piece that's really important here is that we have been on a almost 10-year journey of looking at improvements in our approvals coordination. Over the last 4 years, a lot of focused work has been done on shaving parts of the process internally off of that. So instead of circulating to separate departments, it is done at once, at one table, looking at the application holistically rather than having it separated out, one party saying this and one party saying this, and then having to look at coming to consensus. We do that automatically together. And so part of that time frame that you're seeing really relates to that. The other piece that's been a significant time frame savings is we have gone to a electronic submission, fully electronic. You would think that that would have been in itself a bigger learning curve. It was not. The industry was really ready, and when we launched Apply Central across all application types, we saw significant savings there as well. And then the last piece is that we're seeing higher quality submissions in general, and so we are seeing way less multiple resubmissions that are coming in. We're seeing the applicants give us high quality plans on at the first go, which obviously can cut down on a significant amount of time.
Perfect. That's wonderful to hear. That just shows that the work that the city did in 22, 23, 24, sort of prior to blanket rezoning, all those benefits are carrying through in that, and that's really exciting. That's something that I think Calgarians expect and demand, and it's wonderful to see the data is now supporting that. Thank you so much for the answers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt.
Yeah, going back to the heat map here that we were looking at, we're really focused on citywide rezoning and its effects on this map, but in reality, this map shows, because RCG as a zoning type and these built forms have been in place for quite some time before the entire city was subject to these. So this heat map actually reflects changes that were happening prior to rezoning, and that this was largely focused before rezoning, it's fair to say, on specific areas of the city where they were seeing a heavy rate of change, such as areas in Ward 7, 8, and 9 that were of neighborhoods that were built before the 1960s. Is that correct?
Sorry, yes, Peter Shivers, local area planning coordinator. Yeah, that data does show that. As you probably know, in your ward and other wards, there was a lot of zoning that enabled this type of housing prior to rezoning for housing. So there was RCG in different areas through things like the main streets, through individual applications, also a lot of RC2. So we saw places like Killarney, Bowness, Montgomery seeing large volumes of applications prior to rezoning for housing. That's just because they did have different types of zoning that enabled it. So the report, the background report kind of show the difference of those two different things and just in total what we're seeing and also through rezoning for housing. So we are seeing those trends kind of continue and we had to consider those different areas prior to rezoning for housing had different rates of growth.
What that really speaks to then is that we had these processes and reporting mechanisms in place already for certain areas of the city, and that through citywide rezoning, what we really are doing is just expanding reporting mechanisms that are already in place or using them more equitably across the city, because we are seeing some changes result as anticipated where this type of zoning is being spread out more than just in certain hotspots. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, and just to speak to that, so the infrastructure report really looks at all established areas growth and in terms of all the types of development. And again, we have that difference in terms of what rezoning for housing kind of enabled, which is a kind of small percentage of that, and then what's just happening in general that was happening before. So it's kind of all that growth, that whole spectrum.
And looking at knock-on effects of that were discussed with some previous questions where we're saying, or we have some concerns around, well, what are the long-term implications of this? But in some ways, we already are learning about the long-term implications, because in Ward 8, for example, where you see neighborhoods like Killarney that experienced a high rate of this change, that really we have this information already and we know how this works because we've been through this for almost a decade up to this point already. Is that also fair to say?
Yes.
So this isn't really new in the sense that as a city, we've been managing this already for almost a decade.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Now I'm going to have to think of my questions faster because I'm answering them myself. Now, the comparison, say, between building newer communities versus building where we already live, certainly newer communities get newer infrastructure, but in the grand scheme of things, all infrastructure has to be renewed at some point. And when we build newer communities, we are creating new infrastructure that adds to our overall responsibility to renew infrastructure. But by adding people to where we already live, we are utilizing infrastructure that exists that through the development permit process, we can't build unless that infrastructure can support what actually is being built there right now. Is that correct?
Yes, so that is correct. And a lot of what you're speaking to is also supported by the municipal development plan, specifically sections 2.2 and 2.3. Those policies more broadly are really talking about creating great communities, shaping a more compact urban form, and specifically to your question, providing housing choice where there's already existing amenities, transit, and in effect using infrastructure that we already have more efficiently.
Right, so then we wouldn't be put in a place where we are, with our reporting structures that are in place, we would not put further density in an area if it's determined that that area can't support it through the existing services. Is that correct to say?
That's correct. We have statutory policies that safeguard from that outcome ever occurring.
And so then in a lot of areas, like when we look at the heat map here, I'm going to make a broad statement that we're seeing most of the development in neighborhoods that were built in the 1980s or before that. Would that be fair to say?
I hope I'm understanding that question correctly. Most redevelopment that we're seeing, particularly in that heat map, is occurring in neighborhoods that were originally constructed in the 1970s or earlier.
And what we know from statistical data from city censuses that existed is that many of these areas actually have thousands of fewer people living in them today than they did when they were initially built.
Yes, that is estimated to be the case, but without a civic census, that's difficult to confirm with certainty. But we do know that in general, up until, with the data that we did have up until the census was decommissioned, that most of those neighborhoods have not reached their peak population.
And so with not reaching the peak population, when these areas were originally built, they would have identified, even in the 60s and the 70s, what peak population for that infrastructure would be, and that infrastructure would have been built to support that peak population. Is that correct?
Typically, the infrastructure was built for more than the historical peak population, and depending on the infrastructure type, it largely is driven by different design standards. So for example, our sanitary pipes are designed based on kind of minimum size in a lot of these communities, and so incremental population is not really a trigger. It's more about clusters or concentrated population. And then we talked about water pipes. Really, it's about the governing fire protection. It's not really about the incremental demand that's driving the size of these pipes.
So a conclusion that could be drawn from that is that the neighborhoods as they exist now can support more population because the existing infrastructure was actually built for more people than we're seeing that live there currently. Is that something that you could potentially answer?
Generally, yes, but that doesn't mean we don't need to still continue to monitor, because cumulative impact is still a real thing that we need to continue to monitor and address over time.
Right. So then by adding some population incrementally through this type of redevelopment, we are not giving these neighborhoods more than they can handle, because that's something that is monitored on an ongoing basis.
Yes.
Okay. And then this stuff will have to be refreshed anyways, and that functionally we are strengthening our tax base in areas where we already live that provides a stronger tax base to renew this infrastructure in the future, which is how it works for every community, regardless of whether it's greenfield or established.
Yes.
Okay. And I see my time's up, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Your Worship. Strangely enough, Councillor Schmidt sort of ended where I was, where I wanted to ask the majority of my questions. So I won't repeat any of those. But I just wanted to confirm, because this came up frequently during the campaign, about the required infrastructure that was going to be needed in these neighborhoods in order to be able to maintain or to facilitate the RCG zoning that we're going to be debating a little bit later on here today. Excuse me. When I take a look at this, the heat map here specifically in Ward 4, we're looking primarily the developments are happening in Highland Park and Highwood. And when I take a look at the civic census data provided through the open data catalog, which I'll pause here really quickly to say shout out for bringing back the civic census. Can we please, I'm very much looking forward to that, because the most recent data that we have there is from 2017. But in those two neighborhoods, I'm seeing a 35% decline in population from its peak and 18% decline in population from its peak. In answer to Councillor Schmidt's question earlier, you said that it's really when you're seeing large-scale developments is when you need the larger pipes and the replacement. Obviously, 18% and 35% are big numbers. In order to get us back to those peak population points, would you expect that we would need to see some pretty major upgrades made to get back to those population peaks?
It really depends on the pattern. So if they're all clustered together on the same street, then probably yes. If it's sprinkled throughout the community kind of in an incremental way, then maybe not. So it very much depends on the patterns that we see coming in.
And seeing the patterns, I see Director Goldstein's come up here. The patterns that we're seeing coming in, does that give us an indication on what we might see in the future?
I did want to clarify one thing that Manager Choi spoke about. If the review process under development permits, because we know the form, we know the function, we know the density that's happening at that phase, If we run the model and the model says that it doesn't have enough water, doesn't have fire coverage, doesn't have enough electricity, doesn't have enough sewage capacity, we cannot approve the permit. I think that's really important to say. We are required under the land use bylaw in section 129.1 to confirm this, because we do not want to get into a circumstance where we approve it and we don't have those capacities. And so when we talk about this development pattern and being able to anticipate when or when not to say yes, we know that from the information that we receive in the development permit at that phase, and we know the cumulative effects of that. And so I think that's really, really important for us to clarify here with this.
I'm really glad that you came and added that. Maybe I'll ask a follow-up question on it. How many of those applications have we denied in the past 18 months since this has been a...
Those are the data.
We wouldn't deny the application. We would condition it to require the upgrade as a condition of the development permit.
And how many of those applications have had that condition?
Related to RCG, we've only had the one for water upgrade and 2 for stormwater extensions.
And so those are the ones that are labeled on table 1 on attachment 4, correct?
Correct.
And just to ask the question in terms of those, would any of those have happened if it weren't for these developments? Would, like, I think Councillor Schmidt was talking about it earlier, we obviously were seeing developments on the heat map that we're looking at. This also aligns with the developments that we were seeing on the heat map prior to October 2024. Would any of these upgrades, were these specifically related to those developments, or would they have been needed if we would have simply been continuing with the previous development pattern?
Those were very specific to those developments.
And where they're sort of now getting into sort of where Councillor Wyness was sort of questioning earlier, were there any additional upgrades required to any of the infrastructure that were not specifically like outlined here on table 1 that we already knew were going to be coming?
Certainly, attachment 5 outlines a lot of the investments we've made to kind of support anticipated growth. And so in that list, you would see proactive utility upgrades and other types of public realm improvements as well.
But are those specifically expedited because of RCG, or are they related?
No, so the investments that we're viewing on attachment 5 is in support of all growth that has happened over the past decade. But of course, as we see redevelopment such as RCG come in, it's going to benefit from those past investments.
Yeah, thank you. The one other question I guess I have here is we were mentioning earlier on about, and one of my colleagues were sort of mentioning, we can see on the map where the nodes of this really are happening, where the development's happening. It's pretty clearly happening in wards 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and 11. Those 7 are kind of like the ones who are taking the brunt of this right now. It would be really helpful, I think, in terms of, I think Councillor Wyness was mentioning this earlier, to follow up on a comment that you were saying about, to be able to see this rather than from citywide and sort of at an LAP level, to be able to really get an idea in terms of what's happening in each of those sort of neighborhoods or clusters of neighborhoods to see where we're at. But that's more a statement. There's no real question there. This is, when I first took a look at this report, I admit it was not exactly what I was expecting, but it is definitely what I was hoping for. So I'm glad to see that the overall impacts of the RCG have been relatively minor on the infrastructure, and that the upgrades that we're making are the kinds of things that we would be doing across the city anyway. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson.
Good morning. I was wondering if you've made any sort of like conditions or sort of like understanding, we're seeing this heat map here. Why is it that the development and the redevelopment is sort of focusing in on these particular areas? Because up until recently, we haven't been leading with infrastructure improvements, correct? Like this is more of a change that we're trying to correct for the infrastructure deficits in the areas, which maybe we needed to see where it went. But so we weren't encouraging necessarily the density in these areas. So do you know what factors are pushing the density into these areas that we're seeing it?
Just to clarify, is your question in regards to RCG growth specifically, which is what is shown on this heat map, or is your question about growth more broadly, which is the map shown in attachment 5?
We'll get to that one. Let's do this one first. Yeah, this is the RCG map. Let's talk about the RCG map. Yeah.
Okay. And then, sorry, can you repeat your question?
So like what is encouraging this kind of development in these areas? What are the factors at play?
Yeah, so I'd ask my colleagues to chime in if they have anything to add to this, but more broadly, or to get us started off, I would say it's about the era of the neighborhoods, as well as sort of some other land use conditions that are amenable to redevelopment.
Yeah, just to follow up on Ms. Vanderporten's comment there, yeah, it is really just those market factors. Again, those things we saw prior to, so neighborhoods like Mount Pleasant and Killarney were seeing development prior to rezoning for housing, and they continue to see development because of those market factors. Some of it is to do with local area planning, where you identified certain corridors for things like HGO, which we're seeing a lot. For instance, you would be very well aware 20th Avenue in Mount Pleasant and Capitol Hill is seeing that, but that's identified through the local area plan as a corridor that is for higher intensity growth from that kind of form. So we're seeing those different factors at play. So it's a little bit of a mix of policy, but a lot of it's just market factors in terms of demand.
So the policy, you think, by like, it's about giving what certainty to development that like you're able to do that here?
That's specifically with the HGO zoning. So the HGO zoning, I just want to maybe separate those two conversations. Sure. The HGO zoning is basically zoning that is enabled through the local area plan. So when we did the rezoning for housing, we did RCG citywide, and we did HGO in areas where local area plans identified that as appropriate zoning. So you'll see that mostly on kind of collector streets and transit corridors, so 20th Avenue, 45th Street in Ward 6 and Glenbrook and those places. So those are the areas where we've identified it through a local area plan, and rezoning for housing just kind of aligned with that direction, the local area plans.
Okay, so can you speak to which areas on this map have a local area plan based on sort of the heat map that we're sort of seeing?
Yeah, very generally, because we don't have an overlay here, yeah. But a lot of what's happening here has a local area plan. The exceptions would be places like Bowness doesn't have a local area plan. Inglewood Ramsey does not yet have a local area plan. Milliken Ogden does not yet have a local area plan. Otherwise, most of the areas you see here are covered by local area plans.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Can we specifically speak to well, maybe now we'll go back to the other map, the one on page, there we go, yeah. So this is like growth more generally. So this isn't just the RCG and HGO side of things. I want to specifically dive in on the transportation infrastructure and sort of thoughts around where you're seeing that things are doing well or things are lagging behind on the various forms of transportation. So one thing, parking your vehicle, but like how are we actually getting people around as we're landing this density into these neighborhoods?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. Through the chair, identifying how are things working. Transportation is a very interesting field, simply because we model for what we call AM and PM peak hours, plus shoulders, half hour here and there sort of thing, and yet the roads are available 24 hours a day. So we're always balancing the need for the infrastructure versus the use it's going to see. We kind of have an adage, you don't build a parking lot for Christmas, because it's going to sit unused and be a kind of a waste of the best use of that land the rest of the time. And it's the same for the road itself. So we are cognizant of AM, PM peaks versus the rest. So I would say, generally speaking, between the city and the province, there's been many billions of dollars invested in the transportation network. The Ring Road started being planned in the 1950s, for example. We plan future connections as well, quite long-term with the province. And I would say from my role, and my team's role is to deliver developer-funded public infrastructure, which is most of the infrastructure in terms of roads that Calgary has. It does come through the development community, ultimately. And when I look at how growth has been in my tenure here, I think we've been managing it very well for roads. I think we've been managing it well for transit. We're putting people forward in terms of our sidewalks and our safer crossings. And in our established areas, when developers come in, we work with developers to bring things, again, to today's 2025 standard, not the 1960 standard that it might have been built in, et cetera. So sure, there are a couple of areas that have challenges in an AM or PM peak, but I would say citywide and 24 hours a day that the transportation system is pretty solid, and we have a lot of projects and analysis that we do consistently to see how we can keep managing that growth.
So I think your answer actually like points to something like Ring Road. I agree, like it's good, but Ring Road is actually not that growth, right? That growth is largely not super attached to the Ring Road as it stands. And this sort of focus on roads. When we're talking about established area and where the bulk of that heat map is, we have a vast inability to increase road network capacity.
Correct.
But the other areas that we can focus on are pedestrian infrastructure, cycling infrastructure, and transit. And I think like the answer there and sort of like we as a city are focused on roads. We're focused on cars. We're focused on parking. We're not having enough, and I don't see enough in what's provided here in terms of actually moving people around, despite the mode of travel. But we think about it in terms of moving cars around. So I guess like specifically carve the cars out.
Yep.
We actually need to start changing how people move around in the city. How are we meeting the transportation needs within those growth areas on a transit pedestrian level?
So on a pedestrian level, and I can only speak to the development side of the world, others maybe they'll speak to what happens from city-led. But for example, for pedestrians, when we work with the local area planning team, and it is my team that are the mobility core members with Peter and our fellow planners, we look at the mobility networks for local area plan, which is a bunch of established communities together. We look at the sidewalks, we look at opportunities for, say, a pedestrian bridge, crossing a major corridor. We look at missing gaps, where we need to widen things, where we have crossings, where we know, working with the operations team, that there's some concerns at certain key intersections. And so we identify those through the local area plan and how are we gonna address those into the future for pedestrians. And we do the same thing with cyclists, cycling. It's always interesting to me, a very ancient form of transportation, and we are much, much better with cars than bikes. That being said, Calgary has made a lot of incredible strides. The 12th Avenue cycle track, I think it's had well over 1 million trips on it, for example. So, you know, we continue to advance, and we have the 5A network, that always available for all ages and mobility. And when we come through the LAPs, we identify those areas that need upgrading for those different modes of transportation. Because you're right, the right of way is constrained. It kind of is what it is at the end of the day. So we have to invest in all those mobility options for people to get around. So we'll build pathways, we'll build missing connections. Through the LAP, we'll look at the kind of bigger scale things that we can do. And then our transit planners work hand in hand with us during development and during local area planning and area structure planning, which is the green fields, to say what kind of service levels do we want to have, where can they go, what do we need to do to invest in transit. We're doing a 17th Avenue Southeast BRT study right now that goes out past Stony Trail, all the way to, I can't remember the name of that town to the east of us. Chestermere, thank you, out in the Belvedere area. So we look at it from a very high level in the development world, and we look at it at the actual development permit level, like Director Goldstein says, and we really focus in on those other modes. So if someone were to underpark, we would be looking at how do we accommodate people, humans moving around, not cars moving around. That's a very kind of, I would say when things were built in the 60s, that was a way of thinking. I don't know if you've ever seen, there was a plan in the downtown where there was a highway through the downtown years ago. We have backed away from that kind of thinking, and we are very people forward for our thinking in active modes and everything. So that's from a development lens. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I would just add that we would agree that the areas on the heat map that you're seeing higher concentration of growth are also the areas that are conveniently served by BRT, LRT, and rapid transit. So we would agree that that is a big focus. The road right-of-way is constrained, but what we're hearing from communities that are experiencing growth and change is that they are looking for more active mode choices as well as improved transit service. So that is a main focus of a lot of the investment programs like Main Streets that you're seeing in Attachment 5.
And so I think like the LAP process is a good example. I think we do actually capture a lot of the needs, but the difference is that we don't build it. It lives in binders and it lives in strategies. Like I think the 12th Avenue example is a great one, but it's been a long time since we built the 12th Avenue. We have not been keeping pace with the growth. Like we're talking a lot about water, sewer, like being able to deliver on these infrastructure sorts of sides of things. But ultimately, have we been keeping pace on actually giving people ways to move around? Like if we actually look at the rate of change in these areas, have we been keeping up the infrastructure? If we know we're constrained on a car level, have we been keeping it up in terms of the transit, the pedestrian, and the bikeway thing? And maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it doesn't seem like that based on when I read through the report.
I was going to add, I think we've been ramping up. So like, I think a lot of the programs you're seeing in Attachment 5 we haven't been spending those amounts equally over the last decade. It has been a real ramp up to kind of meet the demands that we're now starting to see, as well as for us to develop and test these programs has taken us time. So I think we're still in the ramp up. I don't think we're there yet.
So I guess like, I think we should also, looking at this from an infrastructure lens, we should look at it like sewer. Like there's a capacity on sewer, and as soon as we hit that limit, then we do something about it. And I think that we are willing to sort of push off on the pedestrian and cycling and these movement sorts of things. We push it and have the externalities in terms of unsafe infrastructure on our pedestrian. I think we need to start thinking about the way we move people around in the inner city, in these growth areas, like we do in terms of sewer and water capacity. We need that sort of rigid sort of mode of thinking, and start balancing the buckets between the two. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Anyone else on this? Seeing none, over to Councillor Chabot to close.
Yeah, no, I'll try and be brief. There's some other elements that are going to be coming out as part of the notice of motion, looking at some of that infrastructure, talking about some of the motions that council has previously approved in regards to some of the land use matters. And as part of the notice of motion, you might notice that last now therefore be it resolved, does talk about administration report back no later in Q1 2026 with updated infrastructure capacity assessments and revised parking. So the issues around transportation network, mobility, water, wastewater, all of those things can be taken into consideration when the report back. So hopefully that'll address some of the concerns that have been raised here today, concerns that I had as well, and hence the reason I asked the question about how often do we get an update. So it is covered as part of my notice of motion that will be forthcoming. I think this is a good report. It does highlight that there's been a lot of development that's occurred in very specific areas, and many of the LEPs that were actually drafted were drafted because of the amount of development that was occurring in those areas, and hence the reason that those LEPs were sequenced in the way that they have. And so whilst it does look like it's cause and effect, a lot of it is actually reactionary in nature because of the amount of redevelopment that was occurring in some of those areas, and we felt the need to update some of those LAPs, and hence the reason why you see a lot of these LAPs. It seemed to be the focus of where this development is occurring. I suspect that Bowness is likely going to be one of the ones coming up because of the amount of redevelopment that's occurring there, but it's not just there. Bridgeland, Inglewood, believe it or not, those two do not have an LAP, and I believe that those should be first on the agenda because they truly do need some more comprehensive, planned, sequenced type development that is associated with an LAP. So, having said that, happy to move the recommendations and hope council can support what's here before us, and looking forward to further updates. Closed.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Clerk, let's engage the vote, please.
Councillor Jameson, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On receiving the infrastructure readiness report on RCG, that motion is carried unanimously, 15-0. All right, so we are now on to committee reports, 9.4.1. I think, yeah, it's just a real quick one here. Notice of motion, repeal of blanket rezoning. Over to you, Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. Not sure what this one is, but I'll give it a shot. Members of council, this is something that's been an issue for some time during the public hearing. We did hear from a lot of citizens about their concerns as far as moving forward in this fashion. In fact, we heard a lot of opposition to it, and a lot of folks that were suggesting that we should do it in a more a sequenced, planned, strategic fashion, maybe better aligned with a local area plan. And looking at some of those areas that are identified through the local area plan as being the most suitable locations for some of these developments. We heard some very heart-wrenching stories from some individuals where they had development that occurred right next door to them where the cowboy developer was pushing the envelope to its maximum as far as what was allowed under the bylaw and created some real animosity between neighbors. Of course, the gist of my motion is to look at starting over and trying to get this right, because I do believe that the method, whilst I think the intent was laudable insofar as trying to create a more sustainable city, I think in order to do it, it should have been done in a more coordinated, strategic, planned, and sequenced fashion, as is identified as recommendations through the local area plans. Subsequent to the approval, of course, of the blanket zoning, we did approve some subsequent local area plans that were approved under the understanding that blanket zoning was in place. And so the reason that I'm asking for us to do this like this today and to go back and to reinstitute the land use bylaw as it was prior to the blanket zoning is so that we can take the time to get it right. We rushed through to try and get it right in the first place, and to try and tweak it now to amend it is going to create a whole bunch of confusion and create additional animosity and maybe some challenges, legally and otherwise, for some folks that feel like they've been hard done by. There's certainly case law that we can move forward more rapidly than what I'm suggesting, that we could go directly to a land use change and then just stop any kind of development permits from being processed from that day on. But I don't think that's the right approach. I do believe that we should do it in a sequenced and strategic way to minimize any potential backlash from folks that may feel as though they've been financially impacted by this decision. And I do believe there is case law to support what I'm going to propose or what I'm proposing. There's also been some concerns about what has been approved since the land use bylaw was put into place, such as in the developing areas, being able to go from for row houses or row towns, as the developers refer to them, to go directly to a building permit, just as they do on single-family residential. So part of the notice of motion includes the exclusion of those areas. Also excludes things like there was some relaxations or some changes made to storage, as well as for daycares. Again, those kind of rules incorporated within the bylaw allows them to continue on even if the bylaw does revert back to what it was prior to the blanket zoning approval. So this motion is to direct administration to draft a land use bylaw that reflects what was in place prior to, but also recognizes the benefits that were added subsequent to the blanket zoning that have proven to be very beneficial and have resulted in some significant uptake, a lot of it in the Greenfield area. I'm not looking to undo any of that. What I'm looking at doing is a sequenced, strategic, planned mechanism to move forward that is respectful of the community, retains community character, and is done in a fashion that we can get better buy-in. There's not been a huge uptake in development as a result of RCG blanket zoning, but I do believe we could have significantly greater outcomes if we do it in a strategic plan fashion, and this is just step one. And I do believe additional amendments could be made after we pass this, but first, in fact, some could be put on the table today that could be dealt with either in conjunction with or
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. I'll give you that opportunity to speak to the amendments as they're placed.
I'll try and address any issues in my close or amendments, and happy to address anything further in my close.
Sounds good. This motion has been seconded by Councillor McLean. Just a little bit of air traffic control here before we dive into debate amendments. I'm seeking a motion at this time for procedural motion that would direct the city clerk's office to distribute the public submissions that have been received. We had about 208 public submissions for this item, so this motion's been prepared and essentially just allows us to add these submissions to our corporate record. So can I please have a motion to receive these? It's moved by Councillor Kelly, second by Councillor Clark. All in favor on this? Any opposed? Okay, that motion has carried. The motion was to receive the 208 public submissions for the corporate record. Before I dive into amendments, I think it's appropriate perhaps just to hear from administration, just to walk through the mechanics of what this is as a baseline prior to us discussing amendments. Do we have administration prepared to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor. So my understanding of the notice of motion is in effect to repeal blanket rezoning and put in place the land use districts that were in the land use bylaw at the time or prior to blanket or citywide rezoning being implemented, and to do the land use changes, so to change the maps as part of the land use bylaw. So that would change all of the parcels that had been moved to RCG or RG back to the district that they were prior to council's decision. The other piece is to allow for any parcels that have developed or are in the process of an application to continue through that process. And that means that applications could continue under the current land use bylaw, and that anything that has been developed would not be considered a non-conforming use. And then finally, there's direction for some additional work on infrastructure capacity, similar to the previous item that we heard, and some work on revised parking, which I think administration would appreciate some direction on what outcome council is seeking on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And just prior to me recognizing the lights on amendments, I just wanted to share the material information with the public and members of council that I provided by way of email last night. So as council considered this motion, I would just wanted to outline the discussions that our offices had with other orders of government on housing. So over the past several weeks, I spoke directly with federal officials, including the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure, Gregor Robertson, the Minister of Finance, Francois-Philippe Champagne, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Jennifer McKelvey. Federal officials confirmed that compliance with the Housing Accelerator Fund is assessed based on housing outcomes, not the use of any single zoning tool. Blanket rezoning was not identified as a legal requirement of the HAF contribution agreement. I also explicitly raised the potential of a repeal with Minister Champagne, and he pledged his support to work with us on a flexible approach that respects local decision-making. The Prime Minister also communicated with our office, expressing support for flexibility and outcome-focused approaches to meet housing targets. At the provincial level, we spoke with Minister Nixon and Minister Williams. Both ministers indicated that the government of Alberta supports Calgary pursuing a locally tailored housing approach. They pledged to forcefully advocate for and defend Calgary's interests with the federal government should council choose to proceed in that direction, including with respect to maintaining HAF funding. They confirmed their understanding that blanket rezoning was not identified as a legal requirement of the HAF contribution agreement, and this is material as the agreement is technically between the province and the federal government. And all government partners recognize that Calgary was already achieving our housing targets more than a year ahead of schedule and expressed a willingness to work with us regardless of the decision made specifically on this notice of motion. So I'll have more debate on the main, but prior to recognizing debate on the main, I will go now to a series of amendments, first recognizing Councillor Winus.
Thanks. Clerks, this is a bit of a long amendment. It just adds clarity to what Councillor Chabot was expressing. He's given partial direction to administration on key issues that Calgarians have been discussing. And since we've had this the last year, we know what the current RCG definition is doing in the communities and what changes the community would like to see. Mid-block has been spoken a lot about, and I think this amendment will help us while we're through the process. If we go all the way back to the beginning, the challenge for community is there were already problems happening with the redevelopment of RCG in neighborhoods, and this will allow us to make an iterative change and correct the problems that Calgarians have been talking about with RCG. It also allows us to keep some of the amendments like Councillor Chabot spoke about when it comes to greenfield development and the impacts full repeal would have on greenfield growth and the built form of the community. It's better to build row houses at the time of development, not necessarily when we're trying to make it fit on a parcel. I've spoken to a few of you on this, so I look forward to answering questions. Administration, maybe if the chair wants, they can also elaborate how the impacts this would have on them, because I think it would be important for council to understand where this direction fits on the ability for administration to execute our repeal.
Thank you, Councillor Winus. Is there a seconder for this amendment? Seconded by Councillor Schmidt. So prior to that, I had received requests from members of council to determine whether or not this amendment is in order. Councillor Winus, just to confirm, your amendment is just a complete replacement of all of the text that Councillor Chabot's notice of motion originally had?
Yeah, I'm willing to do that too, because some of it's bringing better clarity. Sure.
Okay. So I'm at this time, I will provide a ruling as chair. Ruling an item out of order has the effect of preventing council from discussing it, and that was the request from several members of council that I rule that this amendment is out of order. That would be a very serious procedural consequence and would require a very high threshold to be met under the Municipal Government Act or the procedure bylaw. And in this case, I'm deeming that that threshold has not been met. So I'm ruling that this amendment will be permitted. And I wanted to provide a little bit more of the rationale of why I'm allowing this to be permitted. I've reviewed the applicable statutory and procedural authorities, and I'm making my ruling based on a couple of reasons. First of which, it's procedurally permissible under the procedure bylaw. The plain words are crafted in a way that council can vote upon. It does not contravene the Municipal Government Act or the procedure bylaw. So council does have clear authority to direct administration with respect to bylaws and land use matters. Nothing in this amendment violates a non-suspendable provision of the Municipal Government Act. And I've ruled as well, as part of this, that the amendment is germane to the subject matter of the main motion and is non-contrary. So the procedural test for an amendment is whether it is germane or relevant to the main motion. So both the main motion and the amendment address the repeal or modification of citywide zoning and the direction for replacement zoning under the land use bylaw. And it's clear that the amendment falls squarely within the scope of the matter before council. Essentially, the amendment is relevant to what the original notice of motion was, despite that it goes in a significantly different direction. The procedure bylaw does provide that an amendment may not be contrary to the motion it purports to amend. So in my assessing whether this was contrary, I needed to consider the plain meaning and scope of the motion as adopted, including the whereas clauses. So I took a plain language reading of the whereas clauses of the notice of motion, and it establishes that council is addressing concerns related to citywide rezoning and seeking an appropriate replacement approach. This amended resolution or amendment that's been placed before us remains within that scope, and it continues to give effect to the purpose articulated in the whereas clauses. And accordingly, the amendment from Councillor Winus does not negate, defeat, or contradict the main motion. Rather, it represents an alternative means of giving effect to the matters identified in the whereas clauses, and is therefore not contrary within the meaning of the procedure bylaw. Next, I looked at once a motion has been moved, seconded, and recognized by the chair, it becomes the property of us as a collectively as a city council. So at that point, any member may propose amendments that are within order, and the original mover's permission or the original signers of the original notice of motion, that permission is not required. So anyone who placed the motion or had their names on the original notice of motion does not have veto authority to prevent amendment from being placed. Next, I considered that the role of myself as chair is to facilitate debate and uphold fairness, and where possible, not to narrow City Council's choices where the rules permit discussion. And when there is doubt that exists procedurally, established parliamentary authorities favor me allowing debate and leaving the decision to the Assembly. I note that the original notice of motion carries only 7 signatories. A majority of council did not sponsor the original notice, indicating that a settled consensus has not yet been demonstrated and consideration of alternatives remains procedurally appropriate. And allowing an amendment to proceed to debate does not predetermine its adoption. It means that council remains fully empowered to either adopt the amendment, defeat the amendment, further amend it, or return to the main motion unchanged. And I also looked at whether accepting the amendment or rejecting the amendment would preserve council and not the chair as the decision maker. So myself making a decision to restrict this amendment being placed, it would essentially require me as the chair to determine what gets heard. And allowing this amendment and ruling to allow it to be placed ensures that the policy decisions are made collectively by us as a group and not individually me as a person, which maintains my impartiality in the role as chair. I also noted that in advance of this topic on blanket rezoning, it was my encouragement, as well as many of our colleagues, to not bring forward multiple notices of motion, but instead to have this specific notice of motion to be the focal point of debate. So in good faith, it would be challenging for me to rule this out of order if, as I did, encouraged other members of council to simply bring their work as amendments. It would be unfair procedurally to now say that they should have brought a notice of motion. And then lastly, I've ruled this way because accepting these amendments is consistent with established council practice. Council has routinely considered substantive amendments to notices of motion, particularly where consensus has not yet been established and the subject matter is shared. So this practice is expressly recognized in the procedure bylaw. So for all of these stated reasons, based on Robert's Rules of Order, the Procedure Bylaw and Municipal Government Act, I have ruled that the amendment is procedurally in order, and debate on the amendment may proceed if there is a seconder to the motion, which I have seen. So that is my ruling on this.
Point of order.
Councillor Chabot.
I appreciate the chair's ruling on this notice of motion. Personally, in light of the fact that it does not repeal, as the original notice of motion stated, that it in fact allows the land use designations to continue, I consider this motion as contrary. And whilst I appreciate your opinion and your ruling on this motion, I am of the opinion that this motion is contrary by virtue of the fact that it does the opposite of repealing, and in fact it retains the land use districts as they currently exist. So therefore, with all due respect, I'd like to put a motion to challenge the chair's ruling on this not being contrary.
Thank you. So from Councillor Chabot, I will deem you to have placed a motion that the ruling of the chair be upheld. And this is just the wording of the procedure bylaw. It requires you to place that motion. And essentially a yes vote on this motion that the ruling of the chair be upheld basically says that you agree with the chair that this amendment should be debated. And if you do not agree and you believe that this amendment should not be debated, then you would say no. So if you agree with Councillor Chabot, you would vote no. And if you disagree with Councillor Chabot, you would vote yes. And this is kind of convoluted, but it's just the way that the procedure bylaw is stated out. So that is a motion that's been placed by Councillor Chabot. Is there a seconder that for that from Councillor McLean? So now under this version of the procedure bylaw, we can debate these such moments, or rather we can debate rulings on the chair. So I will go to a speaker's queue if anyone wants to speak to this. Councillor Dallois.
I just want to understand. It's very technical what Councillor Chabot presented, what Councillor Winus has presented. That's why I had an RTS. I want to understand fully what is the difference. What is the material difference before we vote on your ruling, if it stands or not stands? Because right now there's lots of confusion, and I've been here for 4 years, but even I'm confused. What is happening here? And I would love to see administration's response on this. What is the biggest difference between two as per their interpretation on those two notice of motions?
Councillor Dhaliwal, thanks for the question. I would say the most material difference is that Councillor Chabot's notice of motion directs that the maps be redesignated. So each parcel would go back to the land use designation it had prior to citywide rezoning being implemented, unless there's development that has occurred or an application in place. Whereas Councillor Winess's amendment brings back the single residential district and allows for parcel owners, to request to be redesignated to that single residential district. So it provides a choice, whereas Councillor Chabot's automatically would change all of those individual parcels.
So Councillor Chabot says deblanket everything, goes back to norm, what it was on May 13th, 2024.
Correct, yeah.
And Councillor Winus is, if someone decide they want to bring the designation back, they can make that application.
Correct. The other key difference is that Councillor Winess is also putting forward changes to the RCG district to make deemed improvements to the district that we've heard through feedback from Calgarians. And in Councillor Chabot's notice of motion, the RC district, as it is written today, would remain. It would be unchanged.
Because what I heard from residents is exactly like if I decide to make it R1, but my neighbor is still with RCG, that conflict still is there because I can only control my property.
What I would say is that any property owner has the right to bring forward a land use redesignation. And so in either instance, that could occur.
Okay, one, if you allow me, for clarification, if we go back to Councillor Chabot, what he's presenting, my neighbor wants to change it to RCG. It will have to go through the previous process, which is council approval, proper public hearing, residents can come speak, CS can come speak. This one, if my neighbor doesn't decide to, it's not, they stay with RCG, they can just go to the DP process without any council public hearing.
That's correct.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
Again, still on the ruling, we're discussing whether or not Councillor Winus' amendment should be allowed to be considered, right? So we're not getting into the merits. Our debate right now is on whether or not we should allow Councillor Winus to put her amendment on the table. Over to Councillor Pantzopoulos.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, Mayor Farkas, since you've taken office, you've always had open and transparency, as simple as today, reading that email verbatim, what you sent yesterday, and that just shows a willingness to have openness and debate. And I hear your messaging around that, the critical nature, how important that is. And I hope that defines our term here for 4 years. I appreciate it. It's a breath of fresh air, and I'm very excited about it. But I do support what Mayor Chabot was saying. When I was debating on amendments Mayor Chabot, excuse me, that's 4 years from a councillor, sorry. I'll call you Alderman, then it'll be good. You know, it comes down to that, you know, the changes. When you look at something as broad as this, it truly is this or that. And I think the proper debate discussion would be either you're for or against the repeal and then come back with something, and I'll speak that a little later, build back better, subtle changes. And I think we have that. It went through executive committee. We did our proper process. I fundamentally agree with your openness and approach, and I commend you for that. I would be voting no, which means against the ruling of the chair, only for the reason that I think these are so very different that the openness is a breath of fresh air, but just based on the actual procedure there, that's why I'm voting there. But I encourage, no matter what, because I know I'll be on the other receiving end, that your willingness to allow in open chambers, the discussion and debate will define your mayorship and hopefully this council as well. So I thank you so much for that. But just given the facts of this one, in my judgment, I would be voting a no, which is not upholding the ruling. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McLean, again on the challenge and whether Councillor Wyness's amendment may be allowed to be debated.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas. I guess my questions are to administration, maybe clerks, because the way I look at this is maybe what Councillor Wyness is trying to achieve as a motion arising, not an amendment. It seems to be replacing a complete initial notice of motion. So I don't know if you can speak to that. I can wait to hear your answer, but I will just tell you where I land. A little bit with Councillor Pantazopoulos, we're going to be doing a lot of debating back and forth, and we can save a lot of time if we have our mind made up where most people are expecting us, or we campaigned on repealing blanket rezoning. Let's get that done first. Let's get to the main. You can do your amendments if you want, but I would hope everybody votes no to every single one of them, and let's get straight to the main, vote on that, then we can do motion arisings. But for this, again, I'm challenging the chair, and by voting no, I'm going to support Councillor Chabot, and hope the rest do that in the interest of expeditiously getting this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ward.
Yes, I would just say that, so the test under the procedure bylaw would be if the amended motion would lead council to a materially different outcome than what the mover intended, it likely changes intent and is not allowed. If you look at the screen right now, what does the top line say? Repeal of blanket rezoning. This motion does not repeal blanket rezoning. Therefore, it does lead to a materially different outcome than what the mover intended. Therefore, you should vote no. The ruling of the chair should not be upheld. This is against the procedure bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. If I may just explain why I deemed this to be in line, is that in both cases a reopening of the land use bylaw is required, and a new land use bylaw would be required to be determined. So a repeal is just essentially opening up the bylaw. It was not necessarily a reversal under the legal language that I was looking at. Over to Councillor Atkinson.
I am speaking in favor of upholding the chair's opinion on this. I think if you want to look at mover intention, this is actually the one time we don't get to modify the whereas statements in a motion. The whereas statements are what actually define the problem. It's not the title. We don't look at what the title of the notice of motion is. We look at the whereas statements and what they're trying to solve. The whereas statements outline the problem, and then the be it resolves outline the solution. And based on the whereas statements, which are long and talk to, 15 days of sitting, all of the things, this is the justification. The mover's intention is to solve for the problems as outlined in those whereas statements, and I believe that the amendment as proposed by Councillor Wyness changes the be it therefore resolved in a way that meets the needs of the statement and problem statement outlined in the whereas side of things. There is no pointing to the title. It's not about a repeal. There is no such thing as a repeal. What we are doing with this motion as proposed by Councillor Chabot is we are redoing the land use bylaw. You don't get to go back in time. That's not actually a thing that we get to do as councillors. We are setting a way forward, which is based on the past, but it is not go back to a certain point in time. You don't get to undo laws. There's no Control Z. And so because there isn't a Control Z, because we have to solve for certain things and because we have to dictate the way going forward, I think that Councillor Wyness's amendment to a different path on going forward should stand. And so I will be voting yes to uphold the ruling of the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt.
I think that in principle, this still allows for, I won't get into the discussion of the existence of repeal, but it does, through the opt-in process, it provides a mechanism for people to effectively repeal their RCG zoning that would have that available to them. So,
Councillor, I unfortunately got to stop you because what's before us is really whether or not we're going to be able to have those discussions. So I think it's really what we're voting on is whether or not we'll have that discussion of the things you were just talking about.
Oh, sorry, I meant that in the context that it doesn't change the fundamental nature that functionally I'm supporting the chair on this, given that it still provides that same opportunity that was provided in the original notice of motion so that it corresponds with that. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt. Before I go into the vote, I'm just going to repeat what the ruling was, that the amendment is procedurally permissible under the procedure bylaw. It does not contravene the Municipal Government Act or the procedure bylaw. And I've also ruled that the amendment is germane or relevant to the subject matter. The procedural test for an amendment is whether it is germane to the main motion. Both the main motion and the amendment address the modification of citywide rezoning. You'll see in bracket Land Use Bylaw 1P 2007 amendments. Both the original text and the amended text relate to Land Use Bylaw 1P 2007 amendments, and I'm ruling that it is squarely within scope of the matter before council. I've also noted that the plain language reading of the whereas clauses in the notice of motion established that council is addressing concerns relating to citywide rezoning and is seeking an appropriate replacement approach. And the new resolution stands based on the whereas clauses as written. And just on a just final note, as chair, I've chosen in this case to really just err on the side of allowing for a debate. I believe every member of council is owed the opportunity to be able to place any amendments that they wish, so long as it is relevant. And I say this as somebody who ultimately will not be supporting Councillor's amendment, or rather Councillor Wyness's amendment, but I do feel in good faith that as a colleague, she deserves the opportunity to be able to make her case and to have some further exploratory questions asked about this matter. So with that, over to you, Councillor Chabot, to close.
Thanks. I'll be brief. There's an old saying, you can pay me now or you can pay me later. If you're going to be paying me later, might as well pay me now. I think some of these things are worth considering that Councillor Wyness has put forward, but it should have had the benefit of due process, i.e. as a notice of motion. That way it could have gone through administration, could have gone through law. We could have heard about the potential implications of some of the amendments that she's proposing as to whether or not there could be some legal challenges. I've already heard from law in relations to some of these the opt-in options and what that could potentially do from a legal perspective. So part of the reason that I'm asking for you to vote no on the ruling of the chair is not because I don't think it's a bad idea to have some of these discussions, but rather because of the operative clauses in my notice of motion, which is to reinstate the land use bylaw to its original state. And this does the opposite of that. It does not reinstate. It retains the existing land use, which is why I believe, in my opinion, that it is contrary, just simply by virtue of the fact that it does not revert the land use bylaw back to its original state that it was prior to the blanket zoning. So this is, in my opinion, contrary. It's the opposite of what my notice of motion was proposing. So please vote no.
So before we engage the e-vote, I just want to again strictly explain. If you believe that Councillor Winess's amendment should be heard and discussed, and again, this is not whether or not you support the amendment, it's purely whether you believe Councillor's amendment or Councillor Winess's amendment should be heard and discussed, please vote yes. If you do not believe that Councillor Winess's amendment should be considered, please vote no. So, Madam Clerk, let's please engage the e-vote.
Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
I have not voted.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Your vote, please.
Yes.
Thanks. Okay, now all the votes are in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please display the results. Okay, on the motion to uphold the ruling of the chair, the motion has been defeated 7-8 with Councillors Ward, Johnston, Dhaliwal, Pantazopoulos, Jameson, Tyers, Chabot, and McLean opposed. So the defeat of this means that Councillor Winess is not able to place the amendments. So the amendment is not permitted to be further debated or discussed. Are there any other amendments on the main? I believe Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Thank you. What's the saying go? That's a tough act to follow with my proposed amendments. Do you mind bringing that? Perfect. Thank you so much. My proposed amendments are very simple and very clear. We need to expand the scope of the ask to administration with respect to thoughts around blank rezoning and the implications of a full repeal. My amendment adds but 2 asks to administration to report back with: number 1, understanding the financial implications of repeal, and number 2, improvements to engagement upon repeal. With respect to the financial impacts, fully understanding the financial implications associated with any decision this council makes is not only prudent, it is an essential governance practice. We just heard from the mayor discussions that are ongoing and happening, and when it comes back, we need to make sure that all that information is addressed and spoken to very clearly. With respect to engagement, I believe most Calgarians believe that we must build back better, and I'll speak to that when I speak in favor of the amendment. When it comes to development within our city, I fully agree that this will continue and advocate for expanded engagement. I personally do not believe a sandwich board hidden under 3 feet of snow on a side street being in a community for a couple of weeks is the best engagement standard. We need to look at other ways to expand engagement so that trust continues to be built between developers, the community, and City Hall. And by putting this in the notice of motion, instructing administration to come back, it allows us to have an expanded. It still is the heart and soul rezoning, but coming back. I believe these 2 minor amendments will increase the scope of the ask to administration and will provide us as a council with more of a complete picture as to what we will need to do as a council with respect to the repeal of blank rezoning. I look forward to the debate on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this? Councillor Schmidt. All right, anyone wish to speak on this? Maybe I will just ask for the benefit of council, is there a significant amount of work that's being underway under both these 2 bullets? Does it duplicate previous work?
Mayor Farkas, this is the first we've seen this, so we haven't had an opportunity to think through the implications fully. I'll ask Director Goldstein and Director Hendry to speak to C and D respectively, please.
Hello, Council. On number C, we were directed to review and revise the applicant outreach toolkit, which is a part of that engagement development process that is undertaken by private or landowners during the redevelopment process. And that work could feed into letter C. We would need to review, just because the language of subjectivity around significantly increased public engagement should probably have a bit more definition to that. And I'm also being cognizant that there was a notice of motion from the previous council, which had the overall city engagement processes reviewed, and that work is forthcoming as well. And so we think there's probably a couple of initiatives that could feed into informing C, but again, clarity around what significantly increase would mean in that context.
Okay, thank you. Over to Councillor Chabot.
Thanks. Yeah, no, thanks, Ms. Goldstein, for that. I was going to say some of that work's already underway, and honestly, I wish you would propose this as a motion arising, especially the information, because we already heard from the mayor that he's been having discussions, that he has met with the ministers. I do believe that we can come up with some solutions, and that's why I said this is step one. There's a whole bunch of other steps that need to be undertaken, I think, to satisfy the interests of the minister in regards to what we are going to propose on a go-forward basis. And I think a lot of this can be occurring concurrently. Either the notice of motion, like what Councillor Wyness was proposing, I think would be a great thing to bring forward in conjunction with or immediately following Council's decision. Part of the reason with why I didn't think it was right to make have those discussions now is because it was kind of, getting ahead of a decision, where if we make a decision, then you can then look at some of those amendments to tweak out some of these other things. And I think the information that you're seeking specifically under D is something that would have been more appropriately put, in my opinion, as a motion arising. No offense. I'm going to be voting against these recommendations for those two reasons, that work is already underway in regards to the engagement. In fact, I was part of that notice of motion, and although my name wasn't the first on the list, I did help to draft it. I do believe that certainly engagement was a big issue during the elections campaign, but again, if you let the process follow through, we hopefully will get a response starting over, or if you want to add belts and braces. I'm neither here nor there on that one, to be honest, but the last one for sure, that should be done as a motion arising, so I'm going to be voting against that.
Councillor Chabot, are you interested in a referral to IPEC for an update on actions underway on these items?
If that's you think would be a good way forward, happy to do that on both recommendations, actually.
If you'd like to move that referral,
yeah, happy to make that
Councillor
motion.
Chabot, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor McLean. So we'll try to avoid doing this in real time, Madam Clerk, but the referral would be to refer this amendment to IPC with an update on.
And it might not even be the next one. Not sure what the workload is like on the next infrastructure planning. Administration could probably weigh in on that.
Yes, Councillor Panazopoulos.
Are you able to make that recommendation on an amendment to a notice of motion?
It's a referral.
A referral can be made, Mayor. I'm just looking at the preamble. We'll need to change the preamble that we've prepared, because we are no longer inserting recommendations onto the notice of motion, correct? We're simply referring the motion C and D.
That's correct, yeah.
Correct? Okay, yeah. Just one moment, please.
Okay, just one moment, colleagues here. So over to Councillor Dhaliwal. Do you want to speak on the referral? Essentially, the referral is to send to committee for an update.
I don't know if we need a referral. I mean, last year, May 13th, then Councillor Spencer, seconded by then Councillor Wong, was exactly what Acting GM talked about. Review and enhance the City of Calgary applicant outreach toolkit in collaboration with interested community associations, residents, and industry to improve transparency in community outreach and engagement for development permits in RCG. Come to council by end of 2024 Q3, so that is already available. It's just a matter of asking and going through it, because I think redoing, in my opinion, it's like, I just want your input on this, because C is already done. Like Councillor Demong used to say, same ideas, different councillors.
Councillor Dhaliwal, the work under the public engagement is ongoing. I believe it's coming back in Q1. And we're happy to bring that forward when it's ready.
And D is, again, we already know, Mayor talked about it, talking to other levels of governments, what are the implications, and we heard this morning from Audit of Home is here. One of the gap was especially risk management, that political and compliance risk was not fully understood. And we heard from Chief Housing Officer this morning that they're going to be working on it and have it done by Q2 of next year or Q3, I can't remember. So I don't see, in my opinion, this work is already ongoing. If we want to reword it, all that, that's fine. I cannot support it as it stands right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Atkinson.
I disagree with the idea of referring this. We are supposed to be having a robust debate and making a decision that is impacting Calgarians citywide, and the idea of just chucking this off to council and using referrals is like, it's a wild way to govern. We need to be having a discussion about the ramifications of this, about different ways forward, about ways to mitigate the risks and challenges as proposed by this notice of motion. And if we're going to just have amendments come up and then referred off to committee, we are not able to do that work properly here in this council chambers today on the notice of motion as proposed.
Thank you, Councillor. I will just jump in briefly. If the previous amendment by Councillor Wynas was not germane or was contrary, this one certainly is, right? So when we look about significantly increasing public engagement, that has no relevance to the land use bylaw or potential amendments. Information up, go forward strategy, government grants, again, it's not related to the actual heart of it. And my ask as a council is that we would remain consistent in terms of how we're landing on these issues so that there's not the level of subjectivity. So I will be supporting the referral. I think it's a way that we can daylight some of the work that's being done. To Councillor Dhaliwal's point, it may be being done, but we don't know that as new members of council. And I think that members of council as well as members of the public would benefit from that. D as well, that is encapsulated in the motion arising that I'll be bringing forward immediately after the notice of motion. And Madam Clerk, did you want to jump in?
Thank you, Mayor Farkas. The procedure bylaw does have a provision for referrals that the scope of the referral may include a deadline. So prior to council making a decision, I just wanted to ask if there is any sort of a deadline to report back to a specific meeting of the IPC.
I'll go back to Councillor Chabot to ask that.
Yeah, I'd be more interested in hearing administration's response on that, because there is a report that's forthcoming as well, and timing, might as well time it appropriately.
Yes, related to C, the team has advised me that there is a report going to executive committee in January on the public engagement work that was previously directed.
So then that report could then be forwarded on to infrastructure planning?
Certainly if executive committee wished to send it to infrastructure planning committee.
But this is asking it to go to infrastructure planning. So if it's already directed to go to executive, would this then alter the direction from administration as to where you would report? Or do we?
Well, I need to work with clerks on how to best do that, I think.
I read this and I perceive it as it could just be a briefing that's provided on the agenda of IPC, not in a standalone item.
Okay. And the other one?
I'd ask Mr. Hendry to comment on the timing for that, please.
Through the chair, the question was timing on subsection D, correct? So through the chair to Councillor Chabot, I would say we're in constant conversations with our federal government partners. As you may be aware, there was a recent federal budget that was passed that has some impacts on a variety of granting programs. So we're engaged with them heavily in a variety of discussions. What I can commit to is we would be able to report back with the best information we know at that time. And of course, we can never assume what another order of government will do, but we can always guarantee we are giving you the best advice as we know it at that point in time.
So we could have something in January?
We could have something preliminary in January, correct? But there is some decisions that were made in the federal parliament budget process that impact a variety of housing-related programs, and so we're awaiting the formal terms and conditions of what those programs would look like. So we could give an update certainly in January, but it would be interim and preliminary, best as we know it at the time information.
And I know there's a number of pieces that are, or a number of items that are in play right now that could potentially lead to having some maybe solutions to some of the issues that may arise from some of those discussions. So maybe it might be better to have this report back in February. And Madam Clerk, do you have a date in February where the IPC is meeting?
February 11th is the meeting of IPC.
Okay, and then that way it would allow members of council, if they wanted to make some additional notices of motion, to do some additional tweaking to the land use bylaw in anticipation of a particular outcome, or even to mitigate any of other changes that we might want to consider. It would allow those to be brought forward in a timely fashion and have the benefit of that knowledge of those things coming forward. So I'd like to propose that date then, February 11th.
Great. Councillor Chabot, I'll deem you closed. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote. And this is a referral of the motion to be reported back through IPC.
Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. Thank you. This referral, the motion is carried 9-6 with Councillors Ward, Johnston, Schmidt, Pantazopoulos, Atkinson, and Winus opposed. Okay, we are now back on the main. Are there any amendments? Anyone wish to be recognized on amendments prior to debate on the main? Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, given this is gone, so I think on Part B there of revised parking, I think it should actually be revised. This is on the final sort of whereas that we were just modifying there. Revised parking. It's not enough direction to administration. I would say it should say revised parking both on private property and public parking. So, and further be it resolved that administration report back no later than Q1 2026 with, and then it's A and B there. Revised parking should both be around private lots and public parking.
Okay, before I seek a seconder, I'm just going to ask administration if that's how they read parking to begin with, prior to us voting on that.
I would ask the mover to clarify his intent around revised parking report back, and the land use bylaw cannot address public parking.
Right. But this is not about the land use bylaw. This is a report. This is helping us to make decisions around growth changes and RCG patterns in what the decisions we're going to have come out of it. So having both an understanding of the way of what revised parking means in terms of both on-site parking, which is directed by the land use bylaw, and the public parking side of things, which is a large sort of impact that's even in the whereas statements as above.
So as chair, I'm trying to determine your intent there, Councillor Atkinson. My understanding is that this really relates to parking requirements, minimums within the scope of the amending bylaw, and a discussion about citywide parking, public parking would not really be in scope of the above work. But I'll ask administration to weigh in one more time. Because we need to make sure that if we're directing work, that administration is really clear about what's being asked of them.
That's why.
Thank you. I think what we're trying to understand is what about the parking is problematic that you would like administration to comment on? Is it the rules in the land use bylaw for private parking? Or is it, I'm just speculating here, is it capacity of the public roadway for parking?
Right. So as it stands right now, it does not provide that clarity. The pieces that are above, talking about parking, when we talk about problems with parking, so I think that this actually points to Mayor Farkas's point that it's about the land use bylaw. So if we're talking about the land use bylaw and the changes there too, that is affecting parking on the lot itself. But we don't need a study on how to affect the parking on the lot itself so much as we actually need to understand parking in the public realm, which is actually where we have the conflict and issues is in public parking. So to make sure that this actually directs the work towards the public parking side of things versus just bringing in what is related to the RCG and changes on private, we need, I think, that distinction, or we just need it to be specifically around the public parking strategy, because I read it the same way that you did, Mayor Farkas, that is, it's relating to the RCG motion that is above. We're talking about RCG here, but the problem that we're having with parking in these areas is not about the parking on people's private land. Yes, there's a relationship there in terms of the number of parking stalls that are allocated through the RCG or higher density housing and what that effects of that are on the public sphere. But the conflict that is taking place between individuals is taking place on the public parking side of things, which is not related to the land use bylaw.
Okay, got it. Clerks, do we have the language suitably captured?
Not quite yet. We've started, so I believe the amendment will be to insert additional wording to bullet B. I would just be looking for Councillor Atkinson to perhaps dictate that to us, because we did capture private lots and public parking, but we want to ensure his intent is clear. So in subsection B, revised parking, which words would you like us to insert there?
I guess administration, maybe you could actually, if you understand what I'm saying there between the difference between, there's two pieces to parking. There is the land use piece, which is on private property, which is, as the chair was sort of saying, what that relates to within this motion. But I think there's another piece to this that we need to sort of understand. If we're reporting on it and we're going to have a conversation about it, we need to understand the impacts on the public sphere and the relationship between the two.
Thank you for that. I would suggest to look at, and I'm sorry, I don't have the main in front of me, to look at any land use bylaw requirements to support the form for which we're looking for. Sorry, clerks, okay. I'm just trying to make sense of this myself. Yeah. And also to look at the public parking strategy, which would look at both the rules that we can implement and I've maybe asked Mr. Morgan if there's anything from a public roads perspective that he'd be looking for in a public parking strategy.
I guess I just like revised parking. What does that mean? Like we're voting on a motion right now. I'm trying to bring, I guess, some clarity to this, but it's like section B, revised parking. Provide a report on revised parking what? Like, I guess, like, well, that's what yes. You know, sure.
So let's place this. Do we have a seconder for this amendment?
Clarity.
Second by Councillor Clark, and maybe Councillor Chabot, you can insert yourself here to, or Councillor Winus, go ahead. Councillor Winus on this amendment?
Yeah, for parking, because we still have the dual definitions of parking in what currently exists. So if you are in our city, the calculation is 0.5. If you're in the outer ring, it's 1 for 1. So how do we address these changes? Does it revert back, mean that suburban communities lose the parking in what RCGs will be grandfathered in?
Councillor Winus, I think we could bring a clarifying report on what the rules are for private parking and public parking. This is not asking for an amendment to the land use bylaw. This is asking for a report back on information.
And then we'll get clarity to address the definitions. However, in the meantime, while we're doing the repeal, what parking definitions will be utilized? Because you're grandfathering, so I want to know what parking.
I'll ask Mr. Morris or Ms. Goldstein to speak to that, please.
Something that's important on that, through the mayor to Councillor Winus, is unless explicitly noted, that amendment that came forward with the rezoning proposal would not exist following a repeal. So the ratios that you just spoke about, the 1 or the 0.5, it would go back to the existing districts, which did not include those ratios. So what administration is asking for here is on revised parking, we require some clarity to ensure that we're delivering, whether it's exactly what you just mentioned or a combination of what Councillor Atkinson mentioned, or if we look at the words revised parking, that implies that we are bringing forward a revised parking ratio as part of what you're repealing, which would be attributed to the RCG district alone.
Okay.
That's how we've understood that.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Winus. Anybody else on this amendment? All right, seeing none, Councillor Chabot, you want in?
Yeah, well, briefly, I can understand where he's going with this, but I think that Councillor Winus raised an interesting point, because that was the intent of the revised parking, was to look at the rules as they were prior to the redesignation and how it was amended. And that's why I was looking for revised parking specifically to be aligned with what was approved during the blanket zoning debate, which still required a 1-to-1 parking requirement in the outlying areas. But and we still retain that 0.5 parking in some of the established and more inner city type communities. And that's what I was looking for in a revised parking strategy, so that we still allowed for that provision of 1-to-1 in the outlying areas with that 0.5 or that 50% parking relaxation in the inner city. This, I think, is something kind of separate, so it's not really affecting that, but at some point I may need to insert some additional wording, I guess, to address the issue that I'm just trying to address by just stating revised parking. I guess I didn't elaborate enough that it wanted it to be reflective of what council approved through the blanket rezoning, which was an amendment to the RCG.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Over to Councillor Atkinson to close.
Can I ask administration a question, because I think it relates to this? So can we, do we know where back lanes are in the city?
Through the chair, Joachim Mueller, Manager of City Planning. We have an analysis of parcels that adjoin back lanes that's fairly accurate across the city.
Can you show us what you've got?
Is there a specific ward you were looking for?
I don't. Do you have the whole, the city as a whole, maybe, and then we can, or maybe we can distribute. If you've got a package, maybe we can distribute a package with the back lanes for the entire city, ward by ward. But if you've got the overall, I would love to see an overall for the city.
We do have both. It's a little hard to see because it's a big city. I'll just put it on the overhead. Maybe. So this is, oh, that's a lag. So this is the map, hard to see at a citywide scale, but we also have an analysis that is ward-based.
So the yellow is streets without a back lane, and then the red is streets with a back lane.
Correct. So on a citywide level, 56% of parcels adjoin a back lane, and 44% do not adjoin a back lane. And just maybe as an example, also maybe not so easy to see, but in Ward 1, you can see the darker parcels are those with the lanes, and the lighter are those that do not adjoin a back lane. And then the pie diagram says it's 69% without and 30% with. And so we have this ward by ward for the entire city.
Can we just either we could pass them around or distribute them somehow so every councillor can understand what their pieces are in this conversation? Or I don't think it makes sense to go through them one by one right now.
General consent, colleagues, to conclude this item and go to the vote before banging the gavel. Okay. Continue, Councillor.
Okay.
Are you opposed, Councillor Dello?
Clarification, Mayor, this amendment or the entire item?
I'm proposing, Council, that we just conclude Councillor Atkinson's questions. We vote on this amendment and then we break for a regular break.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Okay, so I guess, yeah, maybe we can have that distributed around. I think that this is actually a really important part of understanding where the impacts of RCG are. And I think that having an understanding of which areas have a back lane, which then changes the way that parking can be done in high density sites on private property, also affects where we're seeing RCG. I think if you look at the map that we saw right there of what areas have a back lane, and we think about that heat map that we saw earlier, the two go hand in hand. Right? So we have a whole bunch of folks who have back lanes, who have 50-foot parcels with a back lane access that allow for parking, 4 parking stalls to come in the back. And then we have a whole bunch of areas within the city that do not have back lanes. So this whole thing about parking and where RCG lands, getting it right is very, very important, and it requires understanding both the private lot side of things and the public parking side of things, and breaking those two apart and having administration do the work over the next couple of months when we come back, if this motion passes, with a robust understanding of the interplay and the difference between the private lot side of parking on RCG and the impacts that has on the public parking strategy is very, very important. And if we only have the RCG side, the land use bylaw side of things, then we don't have the full picture and we won't be able to make a fulsome discussion about the result of the notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you. You are closed. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote on this amendment. And this amendment amends parking with the words to include private lots and public parking strategy.
Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. And on this parking amendment, the motion is carried 10-5 with Councillors Ward, Johnston, Pantzopoulos, Jamieson, and McLean opposed. I will see you back here at 1:20. Good afternoon. Welcome back to Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Dollywall. Councillor Jameson.
President.
Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Here.
Councillor McLean. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Here.
Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson.
Here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark. Present. And Mayor Farkas.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, so we are back to the notice of motion on blanket rezoning 9.4.1. At this time, if there's any other amendments to attempt, I will recognize lights. Otherwise, we'll go to debate on the main. Councillor Kelly, did you have any amendments that you're looking to put forward?
Just typed it in, Your Worship. Yep, happy to. If clerks could bring up amendment number 1, please. So maybe I'll give a little bit of a preface. I have 3 amendments here that I wanted to present based on the conversation that we had this morning. None of them are materially different, but I think that they sort of, all 3 of them kind of tighten things up a little bit. And that reflect things that we heard at the doors as well. So the first item here, are we going to do this all 3 of them together?
We can certainly separate it. We had originally put them together, but we'll recast it as one.
I think it probably makes sense to do them separately. I'd prefer to do them separately, Your Worship.
You want to make 3 separate amendments?
3 separate, yeah, 3 separate, just so that we can call them separately. I'm happy to do them together and then ask for a division of vote for myself, but.
Okay, how about I give you 6 total minutes for 3 things as a way to save money, or save time, rather?
I'm all for saving time.
Otherwise, Council, let's please make your introduction, Councillor Kelly, on all 3, and then we'll vote separately on each of the 3.
Procedure. These are essentially what I put up earlier. They're just opposite day. And it was already ruled that it was in contravention to the original. So I'm just kind of curious.
Councillor Wyness, I'll just give an opportunity for Councillor Kelly to introduce these, and then we'll be able to make that ascertaination.
Perfect. If clerks, if you could pull up all 3 of them then that you originally had. So that's the way we're going to do this here. Perfect. Thank you. So the first item here is really not a material change. What it is really about, though, is putting the focus. It's to replace the first resolve statement in the original notice of motion. Well, I guess the second one, not the executive committee one, but the first one, to tighten it up and put the focus entirely on the fact that this is about R1 and R2 zoning. The way that it is currently worded could potentially be misconstrued to have a complete repeal of the entire bylaw. What we're really focused on here, though, I think my council colleagues will agree here, is bringing back the R1 and R2 zoning onto the land use map and bringing those districts back into the bylaw. So specifically what this is doing is bringing back those aspects of bylaw 1P, sorry if I'm looking at the right place, 1P 2007. Bringing those back into 21P 2024. So this is exactly what it is, I believe, that Councillor Chabot was looking for, but it just brings it back into the updated bylaw. The purpose for that is to make sure that we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's been a lot of improvements that have been made to the bylaw itself over the past 18 months. Before us today on the repeal of blanket rezoning is all about getting those R1 and R2 back in. So that's the first item. The second item is to Councillor Wyness's comment a minute ago, is the opposite of what it was that she was proposing there, is that directing administration have a simple opt-in process. This is really primarily about legal risk and negative public perception risk. Because unlike when we did the blanket rezoning originally, this particular item is about taking property rights away from people, and I would like to, for the folks who are concerned about that, to give them an opportunity to stay in. Whereas under Councillor Wyness's motion earlier, we probably would have saw about 99% of people maintain their RCG zoning. This does the opposite, and I expect that this will be 99% of people will keep their R1, R2, RC2 that we're going to be doing. So it's the exact opposite in quite an extreme way. And then the third item here is something that I've heard council members around this table talk about quite a bit, both when you were campaigning, but also in this chamber. We've talked about it's mainly our main issues with RCG are in the neighborhoods. But along nodes and corridors of our major transit routes, those are the places that we are okay with maintaining that, that type of zoning. And so I wanted to include that in here. I realize that we will get to, using Councillor Panazopoulos' words, build back better, or to use Mayor Farkas's words, a replacement later on, but this is something that I think is pretty straightforward and that we all have already argued in favor of and agreed to. So I figured, why not? Let's just do it right here so that we can include this right off the bat in the motion that we have in front of us today. And with that, maybe I'll stop. Let anybody ask any questions that they might have, and I'm happy to answer any of them in close.
Do we have a seconder for this amendment? Second by Councillor Atkinson. Before I go to the speaker's queue, I was wondering if law could just briefly weigh in on the legal element that the councillor referred to.
Ms. Wobister will come down and speak to that.
Department. Mayor Farkas, could you please specify, be more clear about what it is you'd like me to weigh in on?
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is Councillor Kelly characterized this as a way that could potentially insulate council against potential legal action. So if you could provide speculation on whether this approach would help prevent a future challenge or otherwise protect the city.
Okay. First, I'll say general comments like Ms. Flowen tends to say, in that we can never guarantee anything. But if the risk that we're trying to mitigate through this is avoiding reducing the property rights of Calgarians, I will say that that is a decision that council could totally make, and it would be defensible. Council has the ability to amend the land use bylaw to reduce the intensity of development rights through the land use bylaw amendments. Does that answer the question that you were hoping I would answer?
Yes, thank you very much. I'll go to Councillor Wyness. Did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, just to say that I essentially explained this with my notice of motion that was earlier in the day. I think the opt-in process for RCG is essentially going through a proper process of zoning that existed before blanket zoning, or what the process is to exist when if or when this is repealed later today. So that is kind of doesn't make sense. And it still doesn't address the directive that administration needs in the detail for what we actually need to retain in the RCG bylaw, which is problematic with this. So that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just got a question. Number one, isn't it whatever Councillor Chabot is proposing, the ultimate outcome of that is going to be exactly number one? That we will have to update those maps if we revert back to where we were before blanket zoning came in.
Yes, that's my understanding, as Councillor Chabot's notice of motion brings back the districts that were in effect. District 1 is, or Division 1 is already in effect, and so it would be Divisions 2 through 8 that we would bring back, and it represents 11 land use districts that were removed through the amending bylaw previously.
So what Councillor Chabot is proposing is exactly the same. This is just same thing, different wording.
Yes.
Then let's go to number 3. Same, the only thing here is we're going to revert back, the map's going to be going back to it. It's just saying that if you are within 600 meters of the PTN and major and community activity centers, keep the zoning their RCG, RG, HGO. Is that your understanding? Just not change those maps and revert back to the original R1, R2, RC1, RC2?
So I'll ask my team to clarify, but I'll start. Number 3 would direct that RCG, RG, and HGO, as they're written now, would occur in these areas. It would be an amending bylaw that would come back at the same time as the repeal motion, if you will.
So this could basically, if hypothetically, if this Councillor Chabot is approved, we go through public hearing, first reading of the new bylaw is done. This could be an amendment at that time, giving you guys direction, or?
It could be an amendment now, or it could be an amendment in March to direct administration to bring back another amending bylaw for a second public hearing.
Okay, and will the public, this will need, because Councillor Chabot's, my understanding is, does not need any engagement, but if number 3 is going ahead, that will have an engagement piece in there, right?
Councillor Dolly, while this does not direct engagement, we certainly could include it if the mover wishes to include it.
So it's a mini blanket around that area? Is that your understanding?
Is that a question for me? This is putting intensification around our primary transit network and our major community activity centers, which is what the municipal development plan calls for.
So it is that mini blanket around that area, 600 meters. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you. I'm looking forward to more discussion and see if there's an option of calling these separately. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot.
I'm similar opinion that of Councillor Winus on number 3 specifically, because oh, sorry, not number 3. Be resolved, Mr. Director, the one where it says the ability to opt in. For me, that creates potential legal challenges to it. And it's going to be complicated for administration to try and administer. And over 2 years, every time somebody says, I want to retain my R1, and you have to update a map, and who's going to track it? Anyways, just sounds like messy. Simple. Go back, start from there, do city-initiated redesignation in the appropriate locations, as I suggested before. And the other one's redundant. It's already what's on the table. I think Councillor Winus has some amendments that she's going to propose that looks at actually amending the districts through a motion arising, I believe, that will actually fix a lot of the issues that this is attempting to fix in a very clearly articulated way that's very specific about what the intent is and what it's going to do and what we're going to retain. Sorry, I'm trying to make her case for her here. And some of those, I'm not sure, I haven't finished reading through them all in detail, but it does look quite comprehensive and very detailed. And it does lead me to think that it would be the better approach to move forward on. So, no offense, but I'd rather go down a path of certainty than a path of uncertainty, and not having the land use bylaw in front of me and time to go through sections 1 through 8 in part, or 1 through 5 or whatever in part 8. I just as soon put that down, go with what I know and what I can see, and Councillor Winus is going to be proposing something coming up that I would encourage Council to consider supporting and not actually voting for this. So I'll be voting against this.
Thank you. And I think Ms. Sloan wanted to jump in on point 2.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that administration could not be delegated the authority to approve opt-ins. It would actually require a public hearing and an advertisement, because that's an amendment to the bylaw and only council can amend a bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Ward.
Yeah, quickly, I think it's kind of been said, but I just think that a clean repeal here just gives certainty. This seems like it's going to create months of technical debate. And still, again, the problem is that neighbors lose visibility and collective input, and public input is still sidelined again. So while these amendments sound like compromises, I think each one keeps residents out of the process, and it keeps blanket rezoning alive, just under a different name. So I think, again, a clean repeal is the only option that restores trust, certainty, and a public voice. And even for the third amendment, 600 meters, I was just playing some Google Maps here. That is a substantial distance for a lot of the communities, especially in my ward. When you touch off of a primary transit network to communities in Ward 11, it touches most of the community. So this is just blanket rezoning with a different name, at least for Ward 11 communities. So I would encourage people to vote no to this.
Councillor Atkinson.
When we had citywide rezoning, there was like a property tax uplift that was felt by the entire city. What happens if we did this and you have some folks who are raising, does it change the baseline or like the tax assessment of that property going forward? So like just what are the ramifications for the folks who would opt in on number 2 in terms of taxes?
Thank you for that. Just looking through this, I don't know necessarily if it is that type of a correlation that this change would change someone's assessed value, and that assessed value relative to the whole other area's value, and would that have a clear indicating change on those taxes? But we can go ahead from the microphone, though.
Hello, thank you very much. Through the chair. There could potentially be a value uplift if the land use of a particular parcel is substantially higher than those surrounding it, but that would take time to see. Since the land use bylaw was changed, we haven't seen a significant change between the land values based on the prior zoning and the new RCG, generally speaking.
But is that because we haven't seen it on, like we saw it on the whole versus now you would have a differential potentially between the R1s in and around and the RCG uplift on that single, and therefore it's no longer sort of spread out and everyone going up together, but instead now that one property is now being assessed higher?
Yes, there is potential for that. It would take time to see that come to fruition in the market. Real estate is usually slow to react to changes like that.
Okay, great. And then a clarification around number 3. What like our LAPs are largely designed around sort of access to transit and densification by transit. So how many places would not already through the LAPs, which are not going away and are still standing, is my understanding based on the notice of motion, how many fall into the zone that doesn't have an LAP but would fit this third piece?
To Councillor Atkinson through the mayor, so there's 2 parts of your question. The first is related to ones where there is an existing local area plan that we would have just completed over the last couple of years. And the 600 meters reflects that same radius of what we may call the transit service planning area. The 600 meters is also consistent with the transit area that's identified in the current municipal development plan. So that's a consistent measure, 600 meters. That's where we were thinking that was coming from. The other piece is that the local area plans do provide a framework of growth for those areas, but do not rezone. So it does allow in some cases, it doesn't build out the whole 600 meters. It may leave good portions of them to the lowest level of the urban form category, so that neighborhood local. But in other cases, it may look at them being almost the full 600 meters. A good example may be the difference between a Westbrook station or something along the lines of either Shaganappi Point. The previous one is a lower intensity than Westbrook Station, so it may not actually extend the full 600 meters, but it is noted as being the areas that reflect that transit, the higher order or primary transit network. That map is already included in the MDP, or our municipal development plan. So where there is either in existing stations or bus rapid transit, it does identify those areas as being appropriate for intensification.
So my understanding is if we repeal, if we follow through with the motion as it is today, we go back to whatever R1, R2 is in the area. An applicant can bring forward an application for RCG. There's usually a recommendation that kind of comes along with that from administration to upzone it or not. And in LAPs, that's largely based around the work that's been done within an LAP and sort of the map and the densification that's there. When there isn't an LAP there, would we be using this 600 meter minimum to sort of, or is it are we basically without an LAP, are we just stagnant in these areas, like in terms of the recommendations from administration going forward?
So there would be two mechanics that would be needed to implement this. The first would be that we would either remove them from the maps that would be updated through a public hearing to do the first part of this, which is to say, bring back divisions 2 through 8, which are literally, we just call them divisions, but they're literally like the land uses, RC1, RC2, R1S, R1, RCGX. There's 11 of them. That's what those divisions mean. The second piece is that we would require over time to update and continue to work through local area plans so that the policy that's on the ground is consistent or reflects this direction. Right now, there are areas with existing RCG land use on the ground that do not have policy support in the area redevelopment plans that are in place. And when reviewing the application, we see if it's appropriate, if that RCG or the row home form is appropriate under that. And in some cases, we recommend for yes, and in some cases, we recommend against that. And then that would go to Calgary Planning Commission, who would inform their recommendation to council on the policy amendment.
And that can happen without an LAP or with an LAP, just to confirm.
So where there is an LAP in place, administration will recommend for refusal if it is not consistent with the local area plan. We've been very definitive about this. Where there is no local area plan in place and it is an older area redevelopment plan, we do our evaluation and then we can recommend either way because just because you have that RCG doesn't mean that that row house could be appropriate in every circumstance.
Perfect, thank you. As much as I appreciate what this is trying to do, I disagree with this in that I don't think we should be I've seen what limited RCG on nodes and corridors has done in Ward 7, and actually the best thing you can do is to spread that out. So I won't be supporting this motion. We need to have a wider approach and not have the impacts of focusing it on nodes and corridors.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly to close.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll go through these. I kind of wish we'd done these separately, but so we could have debated each of them individually because I think there's some mismashing going on between the three. But I will just say that the first item, again, is very much focused on exactly what it is that is in the current motion. It is just getting much more specific about it. The current motion says restore the land use bylaw districts bylaw 1P 2007 and the land use designation of affected parcels to their original state. This is what that is. This leaves us with no room for interpretation with administration. This is directing them to exactly what it is that we mean by that. The second item is definitely primarily focused on trying to get some of those folks in the community that are big fans of RCG. If you happen to own an RCG lot, this is an opportunity for you to keep that. My preference here would be that we set a timeline on this, whether it be 6 months, 12 months, 24.
Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor, and we will give you back the time. We just wanted to see clarification on the exact verbiage here. Madam Clerk seeking advice on. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas. So we did hear, Councillor Kelly, that the first be it resolved, you are replacing.
Correct.
What about number 2 and number 3?
They would be additional.
Those are additions?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Those would be in
we
the,
will adjust.
the A's that were in what I sent you. That was where that's.
We will adjust that as you speak. Thank you.
Sorry to cramp your flow.
No, it's all good. Hey, man, we're all in this together. I mean, I knocked on the doors the same as everybody else. I heard the same things as everybody else did. I've sat on the Planning and Development Committee in my neighborhood for 10 years. I know that RCG, especially mid-block and in our neighborhood, laneless lots, it's not working. Where are people going to park? It makes no sense in those places. I am generally in favor of the direction we're going. I'm looking to try to simplify it and make it more clear about exactly what it is that we're looking for, which is what number 1 is. Number 2 is really about those more vocal people in the community, giving them an opportunity to blow off steam over a couple of months. If you want to keep it, you can keep it. What this specifically does is, rather than having to come back and go through the entire process and pay your fees and all of those kinds of things, this is a one-time deal that for you to be able to keep that zoning. I can understand why you may not want to vote for that. I completely respect anyone who may like to vote against it. The third one, though, I specifically want to talk about, which is this is something that I have heard time and time again from people in their campaigns. This is pretty much lifted directly from Communities First's platform. This is specifically about keeping our densification focused on our primary transit network. This is what I've heard members around this table ask for numerous times. Here's your opportunity to put your proverbial money where your mouth is and vote for it to be able to keep that density in the places where you have said, or your party has said, that you would like to keep that density. I'm confident that if we vote for this third one, that provides our developer friends with enough land use opportunity over the next several years that we won't have to be worrying about any mid-block RCG for a good long time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's please engage the e-vote.
Sorry, did you get that right? Division of vote?
Oh, have we requested division? Okay, we will call each of these separately. Excellent. Let's engage the e-vote on the first, be it resolved, on directing to prepare the amending bylaw up on the screen there.
Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On restoring the low-density districts, the motion has failed, or rather been defeated, 4-11, with only Councillor Schmidt, Kelly, Dhaliwal, and myself in favor. We will call the second item. Madam Clerk, please engage the e-vote. And this is on direction to develop the opt-in process to allow for RCG and RG property owners to apply to have their land use designation remain unchanged.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. Thank you. And on the designation item number 2, the motion has been defeated 3-12 with only Councillors Schmidt, Kelly, and Atkinson in favor. And on the third recommendation, Madam Clerk, let's please engage the e-vote. And this is to prepare the amendments for the land use maps to allow RCG, RG, and H go in major activity centers within 600 meters of primary transit network.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. And on this, the motion has been defeated 2-13 with only Councillor Schmidt and Kelly in support. All right, we are back now to the main. Are there any other amendments on the main before I recognize lights for debate on the main? All right, seeing no other amendments, I believe Councillor McLean on the main.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Farkas. And my colleagues, I rise, as my desk rises more, in support of this notice of motion because it delivers on a promise we made to all Calgarians. During the last election, many of us heard the same message at the doors, in the community halls, through countless emails and phone calls. Calgarians did not support a one-size-fits-all approach to rezoning in their neighborhoods. They wanted housing solutions, yes, but not at the expense of local voices, neighborhood context, and a democratic process. That opposition was made unmistakably clear last spring when Council held the longest public hearing in Calgary's history. I remember I have nightmares about that, I tell you the truth. Nearly 70% of those who spoke opposed blanket rezoning. Thousands of written submissions were received. Tens of thousands of Calgarians watched the proceedings live. The level of engagement was not apathy, it was a warning. And yet, despite overwhelming opposition, blanket rezoning was approved. This motion responds directly to what Calgarians asked for, not just through consultation, but through the last election. Voters were clear that they wanted Council to change course, and they did. This motion does exactly that by restoring low-density land use districts, reestablishing the right to a public hearing, and ensuring future development decisions are made transparently and locally. Importantly, this motion is balanced. It respects property rights and planning certainty by exempting projects already approved or in the application stream. It also directs administration to come back with updated infrastructure and parking assessments, recognizing that growth must be aligned with capacity. This is not about stopping growth, it's just about doing it properly. Housing affordability is a complex issue, and blanket rezoning has not delivered the outcomes that we were promised. What it has delivered is division, frustration, and a loss of public trust. Supporting this motion is about restoring that trust. It's about respecting Calgarians' rights to be heard. It is about keeping the commitments we made when we asked them for support in this last election. For those reasons, I will be supporting this notice of motion. I encourage all my colleagues to please do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Yule.
Just questions to administration. How many months has this bylaw been enforced, the current bylaw?
The bylaw went into effect on August 4th, 2024.
And how many applications have come through?
I'm going to ask my team to address that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Peter Shivers, local area planning again. 478 applications have come in during that time that were enabled through the rezoning for housing.
Okay, and my understanding is, like, with this bylaw, per application, we've saved $50,000 per application by having this bylaw in place?
I don't know. Sorry, the question is regarding
Just administratively, we've saved $50,000 per application. Is that correct?
The number varies, but through the mayor, yes, to Councillor Ewell, there is between administration time to process land use amendments and the associated fees, and that time was then used to do the other work of processing increased development permits. It's in the neighborhood of between that 40 and 50 total. The industry has published their own cost of housing report, and in that report, it refers to somewhere in the order of between $20,000 and $22,000 saved by them on that time piece.
That time piece. So essentially, we've potentially saved the organization about $23 million in time and.
Well, 50 in theory. Around that 50,000 times 400
okay.
78, sorry.
No, that's fine.
478 development permits.
And do we have an estimate of how much population is represented in all these applications?
Yeah, just very roughly. So those applications at 478, that's 1,904 units. So, and that's a blend of row house, townhouse, semis, all those things. So if, very roughly, if you take an average of 2.3 people per dwelling, times that by that 1,904, 3,500, roughly. 45. Or sorry.
4,500.
4,500.
My math in my head is not that quick.
Okay. And how many of those applications were in Ward 3?
One moment. I'm seeing 0.
0. So, I guess I don't have a huge skin in the game when it comes to to this, but the key point that I see is 4,500 people. We've basically created, in my ward, that's about the size of McEwen Glen, a population. So, I see the writing on the wall. We are going down the repeal road, but I guess from my perspective is. There's a lot of savings in some of what was there. I know it wasn't perfect at the door, as I heard it's not perfect, but there could be some changes. And it sounds like some of those changes are on the way. And so I really encourage this council, like, we got to get our act in gear because there was a lot of savings in what was here before. We've created an entire community that doesn't have to go on the outskirts where I live in Ward 3. Where we don't have the infrastructure to support that population of another community out there. We've kind of created a whole community here in the inner city that doesn't have to go on the outskirts. And so I see that, I see where we're going, but I just really encourage council that we gotta, there were some minor tweaks that people were saying at the doors would have helped this. And so if we can get on those minor tweaks really early here in our term, I think we'll save a lot of money in the long run. So that's all it for me.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Jamieson.
Thank you, Chair. So when I think about blanket rezoning, I think about last year. A lot of Calgarians think about last year. And I think after hearing, having open mind to things, campaigning, all that, I really do think that the best way to approach this is a full repeal, not an amend. So you can bring it back down to 0, similar to the budget and the way that we approach that. And then if there's some ideas on where to go from there, that's where we have the thoughtful conversation about development. This is not just an issue of development, but it's also democratic accountability and good governance. If you do look at the past year, the public opinion was pretty clear and overwhelming. You had 5,000 written submissions. You had over 800 in-person presentations. The largest and longest public hearing in Calgary history, and more than 80% of those people opposed blanket rezoning, and it was voted anyways. So I think proceeding with this level of opposition raises serious questions about, how well council listened, and especially listened during the campaign that we just all ran. So, in closing, I just, want to say that council does have the opportunity here to correct the course, restore community input, respect the neighborhood's characters, and reaffirm that Calgary's growth should be shaped by Calgarians. So for that reason, I will be voting to repeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Over to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Your Worship.
I think that Ward 9, I've had a great time listening today to the different perspectives and hopes with this, but I've been thinking about my time over the last year on the campaign trail, getting to know the communities of Ward 9. Ward 9 has every reason to want to let go of blanket rezoning and to be free of it, because it's been deeply impacted by blanket rezoning, every one of these communities. So I'm of the mind that I will likely join my colleagues in voting to repeal blanket rezoning. But I would like to challenge my colleagues to work with me this council term to actually impact affordable housing and bring that online for the people of this city. Through the course of, 46 days that we've been here, we've learned a lot. It's been very fast moving. But it's become quite clear, and I thought it was true, and now I know it to be true, that the first 3 rungs of the ladder in this city are gone. They're not available to folks, and you can't build enough of this housing to make up for that gap. So I think we have to take on the responsibility of making sure that a path forward is made available to those individuals coming from the bottom or from the ground, So that's where I stand on the matter. I just wanted to make sure that it was heard, and I really want to implore us all to make the most of this term and really do something incredible to support these folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pantzopoulos.
Thank you so much. I support Councillor Chabot's motion to repeal first and then work as a council to build back better with respect to development, in Calgary. I believe that there is a consensus, and we've heard that a lot today, that what we had wasn't working for Calgarians. And I also believe that blanket rezoning was not the solution. As such, we need to work together to fix what is broken, and I commit to this council and all Calgarians to work together for a better development process. I believe the best process is to repeal first. We all have ideas as what to build back better means and looks like, and that is exactly the conversation we need to have over the next few months, not over the next few minutes as we debated amendments. This is the work we need to do together, and I look forward to rolling up our sleeves together. Yes, a repeal will result in a very long public hearing, but this is a short-term cost to eliminate something that did not work for Calgarians. We should try not to quantify the voice of Calgarians who want to speak at their city council, but what is the largest investment they will make as a family, their homes and their community. Engagement with Calgarians is costly, but it is the right thing to do, and I will always advocate for it. Our budget process was a record with respect to days we debated and heard from Calgarians. This was the right outcome because the marginal incremental cost of having our budget discussions was exponentially offset by approving a budget that worked for all Calgarians. The same will occur when we debate and discuss development in Calgary. I believe spending the time over the next few months is the right decision and look forward to working together as a council for the right solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt.
In Ward 8, this was certainly a big issue during the campaign, and there were a lot of differing opinions about how this could potentially be done. When I think about this, I think of communities like Killarney, which has been shouldering a lot of the change in our intercity for over a decade, and about how that community saw this as an opportunity, saw rezoning as an opportunity to spread some of that change more equally across the city. I mean, that neighborhood is struggling with having the only publicly operated rec center in all of Ward 8, and not only supporting the change that they're seeing there, but also the remainder of the population in Ward 8 that needs to use that facility. And by repealing this, we will see that result happen again, where we'll see concentrations in those communities and a continued lack of the services that they need to support a growing population. My overall wish is that as a council, we would have had time to discuss this together and to touch base with the voters in our own wards to see about a solution we could agree on together moving forward that would address some of the issues around affordability, because at the same time, this isn't affordable housing, but it does start to address the overall affordability in our city. So when we have families who have children that have finished university, who want to move out of where they live, the options are limited in our inner city areas, in the areas bordering our inner city. And I think that as a council, we have the ability here to be thoughtful about how we make this happen. And this would have not been my preferred way to make this happen. And so, similar to Councillor Clark, I'm hoping that we can continue to work together regardless of the result today, because ultimately we need to think about the affected communities and those folks in our city who are looking for an affordable place to live so they can continue to call Calgary home.
Thank you. Councillor Tyers.
Yeah, since announcing my candidacy for City Council, I've been clear that a full repeal of blanket rezoning is a top priority of mine. It's a remnant policy of the previous council. It ignored public consultation and it was rushed through. Calgarians and constituents of Ward 1 have been extremely clear. They do not want blanket rezoning in their communities. While many Calgarians support thoughtful growth and development, they do not want the character of their community lost in the process or to experience the consequences of placing vital infrastructure under increased strain. We must fully repeal blanket rezoning. Calgarians' communities are extremely diverse and extremely unique, and our city's policies should reflect that reality. I encourage my colleagues here to vote to fully repeal blanket rezoning, and yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Your Worship. No written speech from me on this one. This is purely from the heart, I guess. I'm conflicted on this one, I admit. Like I said earlier, sat on my planning and development committee in my neighborhood for 10 years. What I can tell you point blank, what we currently have is not working in neighborhoods like mine. It isn't working very well in neighborhoods like Highwood or Highland Park that are seeing an intense amount of development because of this. It is scaring a lot of people in neighborhoods like Rosemont and Brentwood. I understand all of that. At the same time, I'm also hearing about concerns about closing of those inner city schools. I'm hearing concerns about the frequency of transit, that reliability not being there, and those are the kinds of things that are enabled by additional densification. I also, as we were talking earlier today, in every single neighborhood in Ward 4, we have double-digit percentage less people living in the neighborhoods than we did before. We have a lot of empty nesters. We have a lot less kids than what we did before, while at the same time we have more cars than we ever did before. And so as a result, we have less people in our neighborhood, but more parking problems. These are the kinds of things that I'm thinking about as we go through this, and we take a look at this particular amendment or this particular notice of motion. In a lot of ways, I look at it. It feels to me when I look at it as killing a fly with a sledgehammer. Going back to zero and redoing all the work that's happened before. I understand why that's attractive to some people. That makes a ton of sense to me. I do believe that the distance from where we are now to where we want to be is shorter from here than where it is that we're about to be going. I also recognize the fact that this is going to make houses less affordable. This is going to increase the costs of houses in our neighborhoods and across the city. Specifically, I take a look at what's happening in wards 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11, which is where the primary amount of this densification is happening. But I also recognize the fact that we did just vote against nodes and corridors. So if we're not going to build this density in our neighborhoods and we're not going to build it on nodes and corridors, where are we going to build it? That is a significant problem that we, the 15 of us around this table, are going to have to deal with, and I would say probably deal with over the next 3 months as we head towards a potential public hearing. Similar to what Councillor Clark was saying before, I look forward to those conversations. I look forward to working with everybody to be able to figure out how we're going to do that, because this is the easy part. This takes very little effort. This was a notice of motion that we could put forward in week number 1 to repeal that simple that simple 3-word political slogan of repeal blanket rezoning. After this vote today is where we stop being candidates and we start being councillors, where we actually have to do the really hard work of figuring out what better actually looks like. I look forward to working with every single one of you to figure out how we get there, because there's going to have to be some compromises. And I understand that the compromise is not what today's about. I'm okay with that. I look forward to working with all of you to get this across the line. How we're going to get this done, I don't know exactly how I'm going to vote on it, because housing is complex. And I recognize the fact that this is sort of an overly simplified thing. I think I know how I'm going to vote in terms of this, but more than anything else, I'm looking forward to what comes next and maintaining the integrity that we've had as a council in terms of working together up until this point. I look forward to continuing having that conversation so that we can actually get to better together.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Over to Councillor Atkinson.
I just want to pull out a thread that Councillor Yule was digging into a little bit there. Can you provide stats on how what we saw RCG developments taking place on a per ward basis since blanket rezoning has come on?
Yes, thank you, and I do have an overhead here and try to put it up. So once that comes up, I'll just show you, this is just a table as it comes, oh, sorry. This is just applications per ward broken down by housing type. So columns are the wards and then the rows are the different types of housing. And just for clarification, the multiple dwelling units, that's just something that happens in the HGO zoning. That's just how we define those. And so that's what that is, if you have that question.
So just to clarify, so like Ward 14, 2 total developments under RCG, but those 2 were 2 semi-detached. They weren't even row homes. Is that, am I reading that right?
That's correct. So if you just,
go across and then down.
Ward 13 would be 1 row house.
Right. So in Ward 7, we had 127. If I take out the semi-detached and single detached, so we're just looking at the multiple dwelling units, the front back semi-detached and the townhouses, Ward 7 makes up almost 1/3 of the overall developments that we've been seeing in the city.
I believe that's, I can't do the math in my head, but that's roughly probably correct.
Okay. And so, yeah, so we've got 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11 have been the areas in which we've been having the redevelopment since blanket rezoning came in. Okay, and this is just over the last year. This does not speak to years previous?
This is just applications that were received that were enabled to rezoning for housing. So basically anything that was processed prior, August 4th, I think the date is. So it's that, and this is up until the end of Q3 of this year.
Do we have any stats like this for the, say, 10 years previous when we were looking at that heat map this morning? Is there a table that's similar?
And apologies, I'm just trying to put this on here. This is the total amount of applications enabled. And so it's really that Q3 2024 is when this is going into effect. So all of that prior to that are applications. This is all applications.
All applications, not broken down by ward.
Not broken down by ward. So you see there is an increase, kind of a steady increase, and then kind of a jump. And you'll see that jump, especially with the row houses, but you can also see that there's still a lot of single detached homes and semi-detached homes being applied through that period. And also, again, also row houses, because we did have RCG zoning in a lot of areas of the city prior to that. So the change really would be that kind of Q3 2024 on is where that happens. And I have a chart on that if you'd like as well.
Sure, yeah.
And this might just paint a better picture. The overall bar is the total number of development permit applications submitted. The yellow bar is those enabled through rezoning for housing. And I just want to note, you will see the Q1 and Q2. Those were applications that were submitted on parcels that didn't have the RCG zoning. They were put on hold, and they were put on hold until rezoning was passed and then processed. And so those are just applications that were, their application submission time was prior to rezoning for housing, but just put on hold until the resolution of that.
Okay, great. Can you go back to that, that first chart for a second? Oh, sorry, the table. Sorry, I should say. So I think that this table, when paired with the heat map that we were looking at earlier today, tells a story. And so I've heard a lot of debate today around how we were going to the doors and we were talking to residents and we were hearing from residents that we need to repeal blanket rezoning. I also was going to the doors and talking about the changes in terms of densification in my neighborhood, and I'm living in it, and I've been living in it for the past 10 years. Banff Trail where I live, Capitol Hill right next door, we're ground zero for RCG-style developments. You've got Mount Pleasant has been hit with a lot of developments as of recently. You've got Montgomery, you go across the river into Bowness. There are certain areas within our city that have been experiencing this way heavier than other areas in the city, and there are certain areas that haven't been experiencing this at all. And so, yet, sure, the boogeyman, yet, but also if we looked at where we have back lanes or where we actually are seeing the development, and we've been seeing it for 10 years. This is 1 year after 10 years. All we're doing is we're rolling back to a point at which you have to come to council, you have to go through the process, and you come out with an RCG application. We're just adding to the cost of housing, but not actually fixing any of the things that I campaigned at the doors. So there's a lot of talk about campaigning at the doors. I campaigned against someone who went in to repeal, and I won because I said I'm here to fix it, because I've been living in it and I know what matters. And it isn't about just repealing it and making it so that there's a cumbersome process where you come here and you propose a land use amendment and then you maybe get it or not. That wasn't the issue. The issue is the built form that exists in terms of the townhouses that we're building. The issue is the front-back semi-detached, the mid-block densification that we've been seeing, and this does not solve for any of that. We're talking about a red herring here. We haven't actually made it any better for any of the people that are actually experiencing this densification, that 127 in Ward 7 over the last year. And those folks voted me in to come here and help to solve the problem. And this does not help that. This adds to the cost of housing. This makes it so that we are in a bureaucratic process. This makes it so that we are going to have a public forum for this and then a public forum afterwards to solve it. And I don't know that there's going to be the political appetite to actually get to the solving it once everyone just wishes this away with the blanket repeal. It's irresponsible. This is not how you govern properly. Proper governance is coming to the table with a solution to the actual problem that is at hand. And the problem is not that we have land use redesignation hearings. The problem is that the built form that we were doing for the past 10 years, not in the last year, but the past 10 years, is not done right. The rules are not done right. We need to get in and fix those rules. And doing this today, I mean, it does not solve any of that. It is going to increase housing costs. It is going to overall burden our system and our administration in the city with more garbage instead of actually dealing with the things that we need to be governing on. I ask that you vote this down and then join in the work to fix what is wrong with densification of our inner cities. And I hope that this graph and this chart weighs in terms of who is actually experiencing that and what their expectations are when you are voting on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anybody else before I go to Councillor Chabot to close? Okay, seeing none, I will jump in. I will try to keep my debate brief and save it for the motion arising as well. But Council, really today's motion here is about a lot more than land use or public hearings or bylaws. It's fundamentally about trust. And it's also about honoring our word. In my chair, candidates running for mayor on a repeal of blanket rezoning earned over 2/3 of the popular vote. And Calgarians told us clearly, repeatedly, and across every single part of the city that they felt unheard, that a decision had been made of enormous consequence. A decision of enormous consequence was made about their communities and not with them. And many voted for us around the table here because we promised to make City Hall listen. Elections matter, promises matter, and when people participate in our democracy in good faith, Council has a responsibility to respond in good faith. So at this time, Calgary's growing faster than any point in our entire history. We're on the doorstep of welcoming the 2 millionth Calgarian, and that reality brings a lot of urgency. We have to continue to build homes at scale, at affordable price points in every part of the city where it makes sense. And that's a very real responsibility, and our council doesn't shy away from it, as evidenced by our decisions that we made during our budget proceedings. But how we grow matters just as much as how fast we grow. Blanket rezoning applied a single solution to a diverse city without sufficient regard for neighborhood context, infrastructure readiness, or the reasonable expectation that Calgarians deserve a meaningful voice in shaping change. And for many Calgarians, it felt imposed. And that perception did real damage to confidence in City Hall. And this motion brought forward by Councillor Chabot, this motion is the first step in repairing that damage. Let me also be clear that this motion on its own is not the end of the work that we have to do. Repeal without a replacement would not serve Calgarians, it wouldn't serve builders, and it would not serve our housing goals. And that's why, to Councillor Clark's point, this is why what comes next really matters. So immediately following this debate, and I hope that the motion passes, a motion arising will come that would direct administration to return with a comprehensive replacement framework, one that maintains housing momentum, encourages no net loss in housing approvals, and uses multiple targeted tools rather than a single citywide approach. And those motions taken together represent a reset, a recommitment to growth that is data-driven and infrastructure aligned, and a recommitment to public planning that listens, explains, and invites Calgarians back into the process. And I know looking around the table that several council members were around for that past decision. And I think leadership is not about pretending that every past decision was perfect. Leadership is having the courage to acknowledge when trust was broken and to take concrete steps to rebuild it. This motion honors the commitments made to Calgarians. It respects the outcome of the election, and it begins the work of restoring confidence in how the city makes big decisions with Calgarians. I urge you colleagues to support this motion. Over to you, Councillor Chabot.
Well, thank you, Mayor Farkas and members of council. I'm not sure there's a lot left to be said. I mean, you guys have all said it, and obviously I never intended for this to be the end-all be-all. In fact, wasn't even my core focus on the campaign, only because I had made a statement long before the campaign ever started. In fact, immediately following the public hearing, I went out of council chambers and I voiced my displeasure with council's decision. I'm not the mayor, so I'm not here to defend council's decision. But previous council had made a decision, and I knew that nothing I could do with the previous council would change that decision. But I did commit to one thing, and that's if I were to get reelected, first of all, two things I should say. I committed to running again, and I also committed that if I was to get reelected, that I would bring forward a motion for council to reconsider its previous decision. Now, of course, with the amendments to the land use bylaw, I don't have to move a reconsideration motion on this. I just have to bring forward a new motion. Not that I plan that amendment to the procedural bylaw to avoid a reconsideration motion, or did I? Anyway, having said that, what I can say is that this is a good first step. It's far from the last step. We will need to do a lot more, but I do think that a council-initiated redesignation in select areas in a planned, strategic, sequenced, coordinated fashion will get significantly greater community buy-in and will likely result in much better outcomes. I agree. This is step one. There's a ton of work yet to be done. And in fact, we could start today to making it better by having other things occurring concurrently. We could have amendments coming to council at the same time as this land use bylaw to be incorporated prior to second reading. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things we can do that doesn't necessitate the throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Anyways, this is step one. Please vote for this so that we can move forward with a better solution for the future. Closed.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the e-vote. And we're just voting on a notice of motion on repealing blanket rezoning. For members of public or members of council who may have just begun tuning in.
Councillor Atkinson, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please display the results. On the repeal of blanket rezoning, the motion is carried with Councillors Schmidt and Atkinson opposed. I have to enforce the procedure bylaw, which says no, yes, we can do jazz hands, but no spontaneous, no spontaneous outbursts. So the notice of motion on the repeal of blanket rezoning, the motion is carried 13-2 with Councillors Schmidt and Atkinson opposed. So prior to me going to motions arising here, I was hoping to just very quickly get a summary recap of what this motion was perhaps from administration. Blanket rezoning hasn't been repealed. We're just beginning the process to proceed to a public hearing. So perhaps just for the benefit of the public, if we could just recap what it is that council had approved.
Madam Clerk, could I see the motion again, please? Thank you. So in essence, this starts a process, Mayor Farkas and Council, that amends the land use bylaw to bring back districts that were in effect prior to citywide rezoning and brings forward map adjustments for those parcels that have not undergone development and do not have an active application in process. That will lead to a public hearing in March, at which time Council can make the 3 readings of the bylaw. And then there's further work directed here around infrastructure capacity and, as we discussed, the parking pieces, which will come back in Q1 of 2026. I'd like to thank Council for your thoughtful discussion on this, and we're happy to move forward and take this work into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you quickly speak to that August date?
Oh, yes. So implementation. So the implementation timeline, we need time to process map amendments, put this into the system, and so we're seeking an August implementation timeline. So what that means is between when the bylaw is approved by council, then there's time for administration to implement the changes, and just like was done previously with citywide rezoning, the bylaw was approved in May, and it was implemented in August. And so that same course of action will need to be followed for us to implement the changes going forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I will now go to motions arising, recognizing first Councillor Wyness.
Thanks. And my second is Councillor Chabot on this motion arising. So,
Ooh, the plot thickens. Just kidding.
Yeah, it's called
Councillor
continued.
Wyness, sorry. Take us away.
This is why you negotiate constantly in this job. It's just about getting these amendments advertised. Because we're going to a public hearing, now is the time to actually put this forward to let Calgarians come back and provide feedback when it comes to these turns. We talked about parking earlier on, and this is the direction to uphold the parking requirements that were passed under the original RCG. Yeah. And so this is also feedback, like I said before, that we're hearing from Calgarians and changes that matter for community. For the Section 1, Part 2 is a lot of the amendments that we had passed for allowing childcare, housekeeping, correcting spelling errors in RCG. And I think it does help us make sure that we can have a holistic conversation when we do our repeal conversation, or the repeal conversation as the steps we're about to go forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. That's been seconded by Councillor Chabot, and I just wanted to thank both of you as well. I think just this motion being put in the way that it was, or the way that it is, really demonstrates this council's willingness to work together as a team. I know earlier we had a ruling ruled out of order, or rather an amendment not properly put. I won't get into the technical terms, but we worked to be able to actually get the concept onto the table of Calgary City Council in the way that you guys were able to work together as a team to get this done. Really proud of you. So over to you, Councillor Chabot.
Thank you, thank you, Councillor Winus. There was one portion of this that I was still not 100% clear on as to whether or not we can actually apply it, and it's specifically in relations to limiting RCG from a mid-block perspective. I think it's under recommendation 1, sub 1, sorry, the numbering is incorrect there, but prohibit mid-block row houses and townhouses where mid-block excludes the first 3 parcels at each block end. Just curious as to whether or not that's something we can actually apply, and I just want clarity around that, because I always thought that somebody can always come forward with an application for redesignation. We can't prevent someone from coming forward with an application. So can we apply this?
Yes, to Councillor Chabot through the Mayor. There are a number of ways that we can do this from a technical perspective. There are siting criteria that can be implemented inside the RCG district that would require that they have certain criteria, which can then eliminate. This often is done where you say that you have to have front entrances directly onto a street. That then prevents the second layer of housing, as an example. So what we would do here is we would investigate the best way, whatever tool that ends up being, to be put into the RCG district to enable this to come to life.
So then it would be, they could still apply for land use, but that doesn't mean that they would get a development permit? Is that how that would work?
So there's 2 things. The first is that many local area, sorry, not many, 3 of our local area plans out of the 8 currently have siting criteria where it relates to row housing. And so that specifically says the first 3 parcels on the ends of the block would be the only location where a row house could go. If they had an RCG land use district, they could use that. Where they come forward in the middle of the block, we recommend for refusal because it's not in compliance with the policy that's in place. And then that goes to council to decide. The second way to do that is to, again, explore putting in a technical rule that would limit it to this, where there isn't a local area plan in place, and administration is being directed by council to go away and do some of that work.
Thank you for that clarification. So, whilst I support the motion, there is this little clerical thing in the MGA that says, regardless of what council policies are in place, council still has the ability to vote even if it's contrary to your own policy. So even if the MDP says this is what you should do, council can still actually vote to put something through. Well, I appreciate the intent here and that it will likely be applied judiciously for the majority. That doesn't mean that somebody couldn't still come forward with an application for it and council still could vote in favor of it. So having said that, I think those mid-block ones have been a problem. which is why I think it's a good thing to support. And so I will be supporting all of these. Many of these are things that are currently incorporated into the land use bylaw, specifically related to RCG. So this is belts and braces prior to second reading to reintroduce it back in so we don't lose those elements, those really good elements like being able to move forward with a building permit on the developing areas in the greenfield on RG designations. Although it was implicit in my notice of motion, this makes it explicit. All of these makes it explicit, which is why I think council should support this. I encourage you to support it. And thank you, Jennifer, for bringing this forward, and Councillor Winus, sorry, for bringing this forward, and hope council can support it.
Thank you. Councillor Pantzopoulos, are you on a motion arising or debate on this?
Debate on this, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Debate on this, yeah, thank you. So just maybe for my clarity, would these changes be effective immediately or the August 2026 timeline?
These would be included in the amending bylaw that administration brings forward for public hearing in March, and if approved, then would go into effect in August of 2026.
You know, the whole reason we were putting amendments forward was to open up the conversation, and I understand this gives some guardrails, and while these might be the right ones, 60 to 55, limit to 10 meters, absolutely, but you know, we're making a decision here, looking at things with a few minutes notice, decisions that will sort of guide our discussion, and based on that, I'd rather, part of the reason I always talk about Build Back Better was get rid of blank rezoning, it doesn't work, and let's build something better, and these might be the right ones, these absolutely might be the right ones. But to bring it in 2 seconds and guidance, it's a struggle with that. So I'd love on a close to understand that why. And, you know, the joke, why 55? No, why not 54? And if it's based on discussion with your community, maybe my community wants 54. And that's a bit tongue in cheek, but I think it's an important consideration that if we're going to come in and put amendments and try to build it out already, that's the discussion we just committed to. Councillor Clark just spoke up. I think I hopefully heard that as well, as we want to debate and discuss that, what works. Well, how does this all fit together? We have a chance to really make this much better. And I think we eliminated all those amendments except for the parking one for that reason, that we wanted to go back and actually have a thoughtful discussion. So I'd really like on that closing and just maybe, you know, why these are the right ones, and is it guiding? Is there a concern? And maybe we have the chance to amend that. And maybe, you know, I'd love to hear the idea that if, heaven forbid, it's 54% is a better number on your close, you know, is there openness? Can we have that ability to change? And again, it's a bit tongue-in-cheek because 55 and 54 is the same number, but just understand that, you know, we didn't just do this whole debate and have all these discussions to say here it is the prescribed changes, and this is what we have for Calgarians. I think we wanted to go back and have that discussion and bring all the door knocking, as Councillor Atkinson say, all of our perspectives back, not something that's dropped in amendment that we have, you know, 3 minutes to debate. So really looking forward to debate and discussion. I see the logic, but I struggle with now losing the 3 months of debate and discussion with Calgarians, including public hearing that we get to discuss these and many other changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas. I'm going to speak to this and support it. And just so everybody knows, we have now successfully repealed blanket rezoning. This is not messing with that. This is if you wanted blanket rezoning repealed, you will also agree with these suggestions or these amendments. Zero lot lines, nobody likes that. The development community needed a little bit more direction on that in our new subdivisions or growth areas. If you know what zero lot lines are, people don't like them. The lot coverage from 60 to 55, I'll let Councillor Winess explain that in her close, but that, I think we all like that as well. And the parking, these were all things that we had to discuss that I think we're just bringing them to forefront. Like I said, if you wanted blanket rezoning repealed, it was because of these reasons. Secondary suites, again, we're all for that. No mid-block. Well, we don't have to worry about that anymore, but I'll let Councillor Winess maybe explain a little bit more in her close to answer Councillor Pantzopoulos' concerns on that. I think, again, as Councillor Chabot said, this is belts and braces. It's just reinforcing what we want, the common sense things that the community wants. So I'm supportive of this. I think that's, I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. I'll just jump in again and mention that council in the previous decision did not vote to amend the land use bylaw repeal. We've voted to begin the process. We'll be conducting a public hearing in March, but no decision, no final decision has been made on that because we can't outside of a public hearing. Okay. Over to Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question. Current RCG is 60, just like HGO.
Yes.
10 meters. R1 is 10 meters, it's 11.
It's 11.
So RCG, maybe Councillor Winers can, this is one point I just want to understand a little bit more in the close, why 10 meters when R1 is 11?
Sorry, Councillor Dhaliwal, I'll just ask my team to confirm that R1.
Because RCG right now is 11.
RCG is 11, there is no R1 district. The
Well,
previous
old
R1 was 11, yes.
Okay, so we are reducing. And so if previous R1 comes back, it will still be 11?
That's correct.
So in established communities, RCG R1 will be higher. Okay. No, that's all I have. Oh, one last question. Any bearing, anything that this will affect all the approved LAPs that we have?
Hi, Councillor Dhaliwal. Sorry, I wanted to just clarify because we were going back and forth between a bunch of different terms. So today, under RCG, when you do the singles, semis, and row housing, 11 meters, but in the previous in RC1, it was 10 meters was the height of the RC1, which is what council has given direction for us to begin to bring back.
And R1 previously was also 10?
If we want to get very specific on this, I would call Mr. Morris up. He has a chart that shows all of them if you want.
That's okay. Going back.
Just because we're like going back and forth with a whole bunch of numbers and I don't want anybody to feel confused on this.
Just going back to RC1, 10 meters, that's fine, RCG, but I just want to understand, like, R1, just want to be consistent in my opinion.
Right, so the 10 meters that's before here would make that consistent with the current, with the previous, what would be allowed for the single detached.
Okay, and then any impact on LAPs due to these changes or none?
What is being proposed here, other than where we were having the discussions around excluding row housing in those three, in the North Hill, Westbrook communities and heritage communities, there is that siting criteria. Those kind of conversations can continue to happen next year when we launch our next 3 local area plans, but there is no other repercussions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's it. Thank you for answering my questions. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, I generally like what is here, but as we just sort of saw, I think that, like, you know, especially item number 2 is what I was trying to get at a little bit in my previous amendments. So, like, I have no problem supporting it in this version, even though we didn't support it in the previous version. Number 1, though, I know this is going to go to public hearing, correct? And we'll have the ability to amend at that point.
That's correct.
I still think it might be wise for us just to make sure that we got the numbers right to actually bring forward a motion to refer back to infrastructure planning. So item number 1, just so that we can have some input to make sure that we got the numbers right in this. Sorry, maybe you can answer that in your close. Sorry, I know you can't answer it right now. But yeah, I think it might be wise for us to refer this to item number 1 to IPC, just so that we can get a few more voices in here that may not be in the room today.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. If I can accurately capture your input, what is the purpose of the referral to committee?
The purpose of the referral is to get public input to make sure that we have the 60, 65, 10 correct before we go to public hearing. I think it might just simplify things for us at the public hearing process if we have something that we already know works for the majority of people, and then at public hearing we're just having conversation with the public.
Thank you. And are you hoping to refer the entire amendment here, or just specifically that subsection 1?
I'm fine with just subsection 1. I think subsection 2 I'm fine with approving here today.
Madam Clerk, where you want to jump in?
Just to clarify that we are on a motion arising, no longer on an amendment. Motion arisings aren't in order at a committee. They strictly relate to an item on a council agenda.
All right, that's been changed since I was here last.
Yeah,
Sorry,
well,
Councillor Kelly.
No, that's all right. We still have the opportunity to do it at public hearing or following the public hearing, so it's not the end of the world by any means. I was just looking to simplify for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Atkinson.
Can we speak to the human sort of side of this? I know this is like in kind of like planning language with 60 to 55% and these kinds of things, but can we talk about what the built form actually means in our communities and what this will look like?
Certainly. If Director Goldstein could comment on that, please.
Hi, Councillor Atkinson, through the mayor. People obviously are centered in all of the work that we do. It's difficult to actually imagine what the difference may be between 55 and 60%. What that really does mean is that we would see, because we are also being asked to look under 1.3 to require contextual setbacks. And so we are starting to build that framework around consideration of the adjacencies when it comes to the front setback, likely meaning increased front setback, less coverage on the actual parcel. It's because there's just a finite amount of room. We've heard very clearly from Calgarians that tree canopy, that space at the front, parking, waste and recycling, height, overlooking privacy, these have come up through this last 16 months, very, very clear. And these amendments that are being proposed here try to get to a district or are asking us to do the work to bring forward revisions to the district to address some of those. The piece around the difference between 60% and 55% likely means more front setback. Perhaps, depending on the size of the lot, it would mean 3 units instead of 4 in the one that we see today, which is the 4-pack. It could also likely mean that building height to 10 meters is 2 stories, similar to what we're seeing contextually in that single or in the duplex form that we used to see in RC1 or RC2. So from a people perspective, likely greater setbacks in the front street, lower by that 1 meter, perhaps not a 3rd story at all. It depends. There are some singles that you see out there with the flat roofs that have a 3rd floor amenity space that can adhere to those, to the height. Sorry, I'm looking at the rest of the limiting parcels to 1 primary building. This one actually is one that we heard a lot of feedback on. So this would essentially eliminate the dual semis. So where you have a semi, and then a space, and then a second semi, and then a space, and then a row of garages. So that means that you would no longer be allowed to do that under our RCG rule.
Okay. Do we, like this, so this doesn't for sure make it a triplex because we're not actually changing the number of units per hectare.
It would not.
Exclusive.
It would limit the size of the units themselves, and administration would review that to ensure that, for example, the living space that is being proposed in the units, is meeting some of those livability criteria or the size of the units themselves, but it does not propose to limit, for example, a maximum of 3 dwelling units or 2 or 1.
Okay. And does, on the tree canopy side of things, if we are prescriptive about it because it's largely going to setbacks, do we think that will actually do what we need it to do to allow the creativity on the site to save a tree? That 5% difference, is that enough? I mean, it always depends where the tree is, obviously planted on the lot, but realistically, is that 5% going to, if we're prescribing where that 5% goes because of the setback rules, as they are here, will we get that outcome of actually preserving tree canopy on private lots?
To Councillor Atkinson through the mayor, I don't think that I can definitively say yes or no on that. And the reason is because we simply do not have a private tree bylaw that would require that the tree itself is protected at all costs. What we do know, though, is that in the current configuration, it's often the building is pushed to the very minimum front setback, which could result in the loss of that private tree. And so anything that may increase that can provide additional space for tree retention. In the absence of a private tree bylaw, though, administration would work with the applicants, which we do today, to see how designs can work around the existing vegetation, the private vegetation. But we wouldn't be able to guarantee that 5% provides that.
Okay. Why wouldn't we want to pursue a change in terms of the density, like the number of units per hectare, at the same time as pursuing the smaller lot coverage? Like, what would be the drawback to doing so?
Well, we've heard today that these work a lot together, and that is up to council, really, if that was something that council wanted administration to review and pursue, which was today for RCG, what Councillor Atkinson is speaking about is our density modifier of 75 units per hectare, which on a standard 50 by 120 foot lot would result in that 4-plex. But it does have to work in tandem with the other pieces, which is site coverage and setbacks, et cetera. But that is something that council could also direct administration, which is to review that, that maximum density as well.
Thank you. And just to confirm, there was the back and forth with Councillor Dhaliwal. So this will be 10 meters, but someone building a single family home on RC1 lot will be able to build a meter higher.
So under the existing rules that were in effect before citywide rezoning, the RC1 was 10 meters. So it would be reverting back to the identical circumstance. Okay. The R1 did have some additional rules, and then the RG, which we haven't spoken a lot about today, but was also put in during that time, would currently allow RC1 and RC2 to go up to 11 meters. That was something that has been going on since 2010 when we first began using those RG districts.
I need to think for a minute about whether we need to do potentially an amendment to lower the density per hectare of units, and I need to think about the height. The one thing about townhouses is that you have a center house that does not have windows on the sides of it. So actually having height allows for natural light to get deeper into the space. And so if we are going to an 11 meters as like our baseline across the board, I think we should maybe be thinking that that is the baseline that should also be extended to RCG and getting the benefits of that for townhouse living and making sure that the middle unit in particular is livable and able to get more light. I totally respect the idea that we're now building this on the floor of council. It's not how we should be doing this. This is the wrong way to do it. Will I vote for this? Probably, because we're here now. So this is a bit of a problem about cart before the horse. But yeah, got to think for a minute.
Thank you. Anyone else on this amendment?
Can I RTS'd earlier for a motion to refer. Can I debate?
No, you already were in, Councillor Kelly. I gotta be fair. I will jump in though. I will ask administration, what's the business impact of this, right? Like we've heard significant engagement from inner city industry that talk about how difficult it is to build in appropriate spots, and I'm just very worried about us pulling a string and the whole thing collapses here, is whether the pro forma will significantly impact. Is there any type of unintended consequences? And perhaps the mover can put it forward as well. How did we land on these exact numbers? Because I don't have a lot of experience personally building RCG.
Thank you, Mayor. Around the feedback from industry, we are consistently speaking with industry, and we can provide some data from existing permits that are in place, but I would suspect that you will hear from industry during the public hearing process as well about some of the nuances that go with this work. Administration through there were 12 amendments that the previous council directed administration to undertake as a result of citywide rezoning. And one of them was over this summer and into the fall and winter of 2025. We did engagement with communities, with industry, with the Federation of Calgary Communities on the guide for small-scale housing and row housing. And that work was enabled to gather feedback associated with all of these types of things, which are like the privacy, et cetera. And what administration is doing is bringing forward that report very early next year. It doesn't come to council. Council directed us just to publish the findings of that report. And we've heard both through public hearings throughout the year and in that process some pretty consistent pieces which were around that privacy, height, and these mimic those different findings. But that result of that engagement in 2025 will be released early in the new year, which can provide some additional context as well.
Thank you. And what's your best expert advice on this? Is this the wrong direction to go from your perspective? It seems to me if we're no longer allowing for blanket rezoning, and if RCG was a type of use that council has that direct oversight in, it shouldn't be watered down. It's sorry to get into my own personal debate, but it feels odd that if we're no longer allowing RCG everywhere, we still would like the latitude to be able to ensure that it's a good product that could be built, especially if council will be guaranteeing that it's, say, on a corner lot or in areas where this won't be applicable.
As my best professional advice is we have not been shy about saying that there have been areas that could use some improvement in the current RCG district. The piece, for example, the dual semis that I spoke about have been a consistent challenge through the process. It was not a form that we had seen in Calgary until the citywide rezoning went through, and it was something that administration has really been working with industry to try and mitigate those elements that I spoke about. Foundationally, administration is reviewing applications to make sure that they minimize those areas. So loss of trees, overlook and privacy issues are minimized, that we're citing any, even to single-family detached, that we're reviewing permits to make sure that they have that form and function and relevance to what is happening in their context. And so from a professional standpoint, I do support these recommendations. I don't think of it as a watering down. What I would say is that we have come forward consistently with amendments to both the RCG and the HCO district over the years because those were newer districts for us, and we know that the way to keep it relevant, to make sure that we aren't pulling the thread on something too hard so that it never appears, but also making sure that it's right size, is to make sure that we're continually updating it as well.
Thank you. I'm interested in hearing further debate or perhaps persuasion from the close. So, Councillor Weines, are you in a position to close on this?
Sorry.
Actually, before I go over to you, Councillor Atkinson is looking to propose an amendment.
Sorry, yeah, I'm going to propose an amendment, and hopefully, actually, this also gives Councillor Winus a chance to actually speak to some of the things that have been proposed, because I think there are just some certain ones in particular that people have been picking at, and I would love to give you the chance, but also because I think these maybe make sense. So limiting the building height, I'm going to propose an amendment to make that 11 meters instead, so that it is the same across all of our built forms. I don't think we should be building single-family homes that are monsters unless we're doing, an across-the-board limit to 10 meters. And then another one would be to add an addition of limiting the number of units per hectare from 75 down to 60, which would basically functionally make it so that we are only seeing triplexes on your standard 50 by 120 lot.
Councillor, we'll just make sure, maybe just as we're still learning how to work together.
Yes.
But we'll make sure that we don't do this on the fly, because I know
Sure.
our clerk colleagues need a little bit of time to be able to input all these things.
Totally get it.
So just so we have it captured, it's maybe let's do one of these amendments at a time, just to be able to.
Yes, yeah. So it's change the height in number 1.12 to 11. So it just says limit building height to 11 meters. I mean, you could probably just strike that line because it is currently 11 meters, right? So we could just remove it, and then it is just what it is.
So if you're looking to have it to 11, my recommendation would just be to strike number.
I'm not accepting that as a friendly, and I'm not accepting.
I'll acknowledge you in just a moment here, Councillor Winus. I just want to get the intent from the amendment first, and then we'll go to speaker's queue.
So then another one would be as 1.6.
Let's just do one at a time, Councillor.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, we're still, yeah.
Yeah, so the first amendment would be just to delete the 1-2. So delete the line that reads limit building height to 10 meters.
I absolutely recognize this is not the way to do this, but I don't think much of this is the way to do.
Do we have a seconder for this deletion or this amendment? Seconded by Councillor Clark. It is on the table. Let's go to Councillor Winus to speak.
I don't accept it as a friendly because RC1 and an RCG or RC1 is, and RC2 is 10 meters. So we're now jumping it up to an 11, and it's not the intent. As you heard from administration, we've had feedback with industry. I think it is best for us at this stage to advertise as 10 meters. And during public hearing, when we have the feedback from citizens and industry, that is when we start tweaking the numbers. Because this is really a directive to go out into community and say, this is what we've been hearing from all the research the last council had directed in community engagement and feedback, and start our conversation here before we start tweaking the numbers, tweak them at public hearing. That's why I'm not accepting those as friendlies at this stage of the game, because I think we need to put it out to have the conversation at this level, and then you can tweak this during public hearing.
For the height.
Yeah.
Okay, and what, how do you?
Councillor,
Yeah.
I'm not able to allow you to have
I'll withdraw that one, and I'm happy to withdraw that amendment.
Okay. So the motion is on the table. I will seek unanimous consent to have this withdrawn. Does anyone object to this motion being pulled off the table? Seeing no objection, okay, we have no. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Madam Clerk.
Yeah.
Just so confirming, because we were just preparing that in e-scribe. So what is being withdrawn is to remove 1-2?
Is the deletion of 1-2. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, on the second amendment.
All right, this is just functionally how you have to do it.
Yeah, no worries.
This is how we go. So 75 to 60 units per hectare. So adding, changing the, its density level, it's 529 in our land use bylaw. The maximum density for parcels designated RCG district is 75 units per hectare is what it reads currently in the land use bylaw.
Could you clarify which bullet point?
It's just 529 in the, it's like, this is not in here. So this would be adding a new 1.16, we'll say, 1 VI. That is modifying it to have 60 units per hectare instead of 75, so we don't get 4 super skinny things and don't solve the actual problem that we have.
Could we go over to administration to capture the exact verbiage?
Yes, so I think, Councillor Atkinson, what you're seeking is to modify a section, and we'll get the section number shortly, to change from 75 units per hectare to 60 units per hectare.
60 units per hectare.
In the land use bylaw.
Yeah. It's number
effectively-
529. I've got it up in front of me
Okay,
here.
section 529
yeah.
of the land use bylaw, from 75 units per hectare to 60 units per hectare.
Yeah, to functionally make it so triplexes is, for sure, we're not getting 4 super skinny pieces.
I will accept that as a friendly. I like it. It's.
All right, seconded by Councillor Wynos.
Yeah, I'll second it because it also makes, it's more restrictive. It actually gives clarity to neighbors to understand what's going to be built. We're not trying to get sneaky and put in tighter living spaces, making the community psyche more stressed. So I accept it.
All right, that has been moved by Councillor Atkinson, seconded by Councillor Wynos. We will give just a moment here for us to catch up.
Maximum density for parcels designated RCG from 75 down to 60, which functionally makes it triplexes instead of, they don't work.
Okay, while that's being processed, I'm going to go to Councillor Chabot to speak.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this is a motion arising to direct administration to bring back specific wording on amendments that could be incorporated prior to second reading. This is not doing anything. This is asking administration to prepare wording, have the wording in the advertisement so that members of the public, when they come forward to council at the public hearing, they know what could potentially be on the table so that they're prepared to debate it. This is not a fait accompli, as they say in French. So pardon my French. I can say that. This is essentially just setting the stage for things that we could be debating at council. So whether you agree to them or not isn't really that important today. What's important is to make sure that any and all amendments that we might want to propose, that the more advance notice we can give to the public, the better, so that they're prepared to debate it in a more educated fashion when it comes to council. So whether you like it or not, I don't think it's that important that you worry about how good it is today. The ability to put it on the table is, I think, more important so that we can have this debate at council when it comes back for a public hearing. So, sure, I'll support it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for getting that all set for us. I'm going to go back to you, Councillor Atkinson, to close.
So I totally agree. This is the piece, but like as we've seen with blanket rezoning over the last couple of years, I would say that the public narrative and the way things go, being directive and actually making sure that we set true expectations around what people are getting. And when we don't have somebody out there who sort of says, oh, they're making 4 super skinny, unlivable units, we want to make sure that we're actually having the intent baked in and that everyone can come to the table to debate and discuss the true motion and spirit of things. And I think that this does that when you pair this with the smaller lot size. It's the combination of the two that are giving certainty to the built form and what people can expect and can come to vote on. So yeah, this will be the last one that I'm bringing for this. It's just, but it is, I think, important, the difference between triplex and fourplex. And that is the large bulk of the debate out in the world in terms of actually starting to fix this up. So that's why I'm bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the e-vote. And thanks for your patience and nimbleness with us.
Councillor Atkinson, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Tyers, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please display the results. On the amendment on the units per acre or hectare, the motion is carried 8-7 with Councillors Ward, Johnston, Schmidt, Dhaliwal, Tyers, McLean, and myself opposed. All right, over to Councillor Wyness to close on the main motion arising.
Thank you. So this is really just getting us to public hearing to engage and discuss this conversation. This does not apply, this will only apply to RCG properties that will be zoned if they apply for it after everyone's retained their single family zoning. So it's, I think council, you kind of have to do two things at once. We are through this process, everyone will get their single family zoning back, but the process will, the owners of those properties will be now able to go and apply for RCG. We do not want the RCG definition that someone will be able to apply to be worse off for the community than what the community has been giving feedback for at least the last 4 years. I, as a councillor who was seeing the RCG built before we did blanket zoning and what that built form looked like and what the built form is coming online of the new, there is definitely room for us to improve that definition. And I don't want us to hand back single family zoning code and then start zoning with RCG and have a worse definition and an outcome for neighborhoods that have advocated so hard for proper change and proper redevelopment. This just allows us to make sure that when we do the next citywide public hearing on this topic, we can have Calgarians come in and provide feedback and give examples, because you will see PowerPoint from constituents during that public hearing, where they will be able to show the examples of the built form of RCGs, what they like, what they don't like, and now we have started centering the stage on what those setbacks should be, what the definition should be. So I hope that you will support this so we can advertise these starting points of conversation for Calgarians and have a robust conversation. And it really does need to happen. After, if anyone wants to go watch the tapes of the last blanket zoning conversation, this needs to happen for us to actually have a solid conversation. So thank you. Closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's please engage the vote.
Councillor Ward, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Pantasopoulos, thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. The motion is carried 10-5 with Councillors Ward, Johnston, Jameson, Tyers, and McLean opposed. Colleagues, I would suggest that we conclude our final motion arising here prior to going to break. Is there any objection to that? Okay, seeing none, we will continue with a final motion arising from Councillor Schmidt.
Yeah, thank you. I believe, yes, the motion will be up here. I will keep this short. Mayor Farkas prepared this notice of motion. I'm bringing it on his behalf, or sorry, this motion arising, bringing it on his behalf to present for all of us here, and we'll open it up to debate on something that will help provide council with more information leading up to the public hearing.
Thank you. Is there a seconder, or seconded by Councillor Kelly? Okay, second by Councillor Kelly. I will put myself in the queue real quick. So this is a companion piece to the repeal. Essentially, it builds out a housing enablement framework that seeks to find recommendations outside of zoning that we can continue to meet our housing goals and targets. It allows for continued engagement and work with other government partners in order to be able to identify resourcing capital programmatic requirements. For the benefit of the public as well as for council, I think I'll just go through each of the bullets and describe them. So the first bullet, A, identifies and evaluates alternative zoning, planning, and approvals mechanisms capable of enabling missing middle or multi-unit affordable housing at a scale sufficient to meet or exceed the city's objectives in the Home is Here strategy, including the delivery of affordable homes across all housing categories. B, demonstrates how the proposed mechanisms will maintain Calgary's eligibility in compliance with funding programs offered by other orders of government, such as the Housing Accelerator Fund, including housing supply outcomes, approval streamlining, and other regulatory reforms. C, identifies any required amendments to the municipal development plan, land use bylaw, or local area plans, or administrative processes necessary to implement. D, provides council with a comprehensive analysis of the housing supply, financial, legal, and intergovernmental implications of the framework, including formal engagement with CMHC and Housing Infrastructure and Communities Canada to confirm that the proposed mechanisms satisfy funding programs' performance requirements. E, identifies any interim resourcing capital or programmatic requirements required to maintain housing supply momentum during the transition period between any repeal or modification of existing zoning regulations and the implementation of the multi-tool zoning and housing enablement framework, including the potential use of non-market and non-profit housing delivery mechanisms. F, identifies any additional resourcing, staffing, or capital requirements necessary to accelerate implementation of non-rezoning for housing supply actions already improved within the Home is Here, the City of Calgary's Housing Strategy 2024 through 2030, including initiatives related to approval streamlining, non-market housing delivery, and alternative housing forms. And the further be it resolved is directing administration to undertake direct engagement with CMHC, HICC, the Government of Alberta, and the Government of Canada during the development of the framework, and to report back to Council on conditions, amendments, or flexibilities required to support our continued participation in the Housing Accelerator Fund or other grant streams. So Council, the long and short of this is, if we are not proceeding via a blanket approach to zoning, we have an obligation to really lean in on the other activities that are going to be necessary in order to continue to build the needed housing. So if it's not through a blanket approach, we really have to lean in through those other partners, through not-for-profit housing providers, city-owned land. There's many non-zoning related recommendations within the housing strategy more broadly. So this calls for an assessment and a bringing forward of further details to that effect. And thank you to Councillor Schmidt and Councillor Kelly for bringing this forward. This is the bones of what could form the replacement approach to blanket rezoning. So over to Councillor Wynas to speak.
Thanks. I'm just kind of curious, like, we're municipal government, and so like land use is kind of our wheelhouse. Like, we provide zoning, so I'm kind of curious if it's either we zone or we hand out checks. And I'm kind of curious how administration would interpret this. Like, are you going to come back and tell us how much more money we need to tax to spend to solve this problem if we're not going to be using our policy mechanisms of zoning land? And perhaps admin can speak to that.
Councillor Wynas, thanks for the question. I think it's simply a matter of making sure that goals and objectives are aligned, not specifics with respect to what council might look at on land use. So I think it's more looking at making sure that we're getting to alignment along broader outcomes and goals and objectives, and so that we can bring the right recommendations to council, and both on land use and on making sure that we also work with other orders of governments, because everybody has an interest in enabling housing supply, and that really is the overall driving objective.
But that's such a general answer. Like, it's goals and objectives. Didn't we give you guys 98 goals and objectives on addressing housing? And a lot of it came with us having to issue checks to nonprofits and other mechanisms, stepping into income support. Like, again, I'm challenged by this because reading it, it's essentially asking the municipal government to take on income supports and all of the responsibility the provincial and federal governments have absolved themselves in this. Like, the CMHC is reducing its funding supports by 50% in the next little bit. So, well, I like this essay. I don't think it's placed right, and the directive to administration is too general, given how much work the last 4 years has directed on administration. I would wait a little bit and have just meetings with the feds like you have been, and then when we get some semblance of what they're going to do, before I will support this one. Thank you.
Over to Councillor Chabot.
Not sure who to ask. Mr. Daglish, do you think you can have all this ready for us next week?
No.
A month? 2 months? How long do you think it's going to take to do this work?
I believe it's got Q2 2026 on it, although we have discussed it as administration, and we will do our best to advance this work as quickly as we can. We thought it best to leave the date in here as it is, but we will advance it as quickly as we possibly can.
Surprised Madam Clerk's not looking at me because of the questions I'm asking. The reason I'm asking these questions is because a motion arising definition is that it must be inconsequential. And inconsequential has pretty much the same definition as an administrative inquiry. So anything that's going to cost $2,000 or less is inconsequential. Is this inconsequential?
Fair enough, Councillor Chabot. I think how I would answer that is to say that there is obviously considerable work here, but it is work that administration would anticipate having been doing with the Home is Here strategy.
No offense, Mr. Daglish, that is irrelevant to the issue at hand here. The issue at hand is that a motion arising must be inconsequential. Whilst it may be within your capability of doing it, within your work plan, that it's not without financial implications, without resource requirements that I believe will exceed $2,000.
I think what I'm trying to say is we would have planned to do this type of work anyway.
This is directing you to do it. This isn't work that you would normally do, that you may be doing in a normal course of business, but this is council now giving you direction to do it. And a motion arising is pretty specific as to how it is to be processed by council, no offense.
Yep.
It's, to me, this is a notice of motion, or if it said in the end that council direct administration to bring back a report identifying what the resource requirements would be to do this work, then at least we could see how it would all play out and what resource requirements would be. So we have an understanding at least of what the implications are of this. I appreciate that this is work that you would normally be doing anyways, but because it's giving you specific direction, I think council should know what kind of resource requirements it would take to do this. That's just my thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor. I will just weigh in as chair. Putting aside that I tried to condense and collate a consensus position amongst many various motions arising, my intent here was to play air traffic control so that we wouldn't be debating a further 8 motions arising just for the course of just the flow of the meeting. I have granted latitude for several motions arising previous that were exceeding that threshold, namely Councillor McLean's notice of motion on the zero-based review process to basically audit every department. That was a motion arising that theoretically should have been a standalone notice of motion, but I accepted that there was a broad consensus around the table that that motion should be properly placed.
I don't think this is a bad motion. It's just the way it's been put. And I would feel a lot more comfortable if council was first put a motion at the very least to suspend the procedural bylaw, to allow this motion arising to move forward outside of the parameters that's already identified within the procedural bylaw.
Could I look to you to make that motion?
Happy to make that motion.
Yep. It's been moved by Councillor Chabot to suspend the rules to allow this more lengthy motion to be placed. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Atkinson. Are we agreed on allowing this lengthy motion to be debated? Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion is carried to suspend the procedure bylaws and to allow for this to be debated. We will continue to debate it. Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Over to Councillor Ward.
Yeah, colleagues, I want to be very clear. This is going to be long, I'm sorry, but I support building more homes, streamlining approvals, and working with other orders of government, but this motion is not necessary to do any of that. And in fact, it creates more problems, in my opinion. So first, the motion is largely redundant. Calgary already has an adopted housing strategy, an approved housing accelerator fund action plan, and ongoing obligations to report to CMHC. We are already doing approval streamlining, non-market housing, and alternative housing delivery, launching a new multi-tool zoning and housing enablement framework, that's hard to get out, duplicates work we've already directed administration to do. Second, I think this motion, it risks relitigating blanket rezoning under a new name. It explicitly instructs administration to find mechanisms that deliver housing at scale and ties that to federal compliance. If you will recall, that is the exact logic that led us to citywide rezoning in the first place. Growth first, process later. Calgarians were very clear that they didn't support that approach. Third, the motion delays clarity and adds bureaucracy. We already have a clear repeal path, defined exemptions, and a public hearing timeline. This motion, I believe, pushes us into another, we're hearing it Q2. I think that's generous. I think it'll be almost a year-long framework exercise while quietly setting the stage for new staffing, new spending, and new planning rewrites without costs, without guardrails, and without public hearings guaranteed. Fourth, again, we should be very careful about letting federal funding agreements dictate Calgary's land use system. Housing Accelerator Fund dollars obviously matter, but they should not override democratic process or local planning judgment. Council governs land use, not CMHC. If there are specific federal risks, administration can and should bring those forward directly. We do not need to sign up for a sweeping policy rewrite to have those conversations. So colleagues, our responsibility right now, I think, is quite simple. We restore public hearings, we restore trust, we give communities and developers certainty, and this motion, I think, muddies that clarity. It recreates the same tensions that we're trying to resolve and delays the work Calgarians elected us to do. For those reasons, I would advise you not to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. Over to Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Thanks so much. One concern that I had coming into this is motions arising, et cetera, would be very prescriptive. We just heard the last one, which I supported because, look, if 55% isn't right, then we go to 54, and that's just being silly. But this is written when you speak of enabling missing middle and multi-unit. I'd echo Councillor Ward's comment is this is being prescriptive. We are going to come back with a report that says this is how you get your missing middle multi-unit. And then me as a councillor will have to sort of recreate the wheel, make sausage on the floor like we are here saying we have to fundamentally change that. And that I always struggle with. I mean, we just came, we committed to this council, we're going to work together over the next few months, listen to Calgarians, and this will come back with a very detailed report. I'm a bit confused. A motion was brought earlier talking about CMHC and things, and I love that. We need that, absolutely. And we said it's at IPC, and now there's specific mentioning here. So there's duplication as well. Where is it coming through? So I'd echo again Councillor Ward's. There's probably 3 or 4 things in here, and I don't want to start carving up, and I struggle as a governance person to make things up on the floor and try to start Googling literally things to understand, okay, what's this, what's the implications here, how do I do this, if I approve this certain word, come back there. I think the intent makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of moving parts. We all acknowledge and recognize that. And hopefully we can take this as an understanding. I just struggling with the prescriptive nature. That's probably it. When I looked at it, missing middle, multi-unit again, that was sort of what was happening 12 months ago and one of the concerns. I wanted a fresh, clean slate. We come back recognizing it's going to be messy, it's going to be tough, but that's what we're here for. That's why we were elected, and let's work together, and I think there's a commitment there. So love to hear the closing, the reason, rationale, why this isn't being covered by other things when we just literally took motions to improve the notice of motion, which were deferred to committee just because they're saying they're redundant and doesn't make sense. So please address that And can this be identified through, as Councillor Beau says, just to come back to us with a report how this looks to improve as we come to our debate and discussion. So really looking forward, but if you could speak to point A, mover and seconder, that would be very particular how this isn't prescriptive and what guardrails do we have to make sure that it doesn't derail that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to very briefly, you talked about it, your interpretation of this. My interpretation is Home is Here strategy had 98 actions, 5 different outcomes. The process we just started is going to take out a partial outcome away and some actions. Is this to make sure our strategy is still robust and delivering the houses that Calgarians need? Because when we saw the satisfaction survey, that the latest one, 71% Calgarians said we still need more housing. We need to do more about it. We still have 87,000 households who are waiting for homes. Just want to get that interpretation.
I would say yes, it furthers the strategy.
I heard funding and all this and that. Can you again reiterate, was our funding through Housing Accelerator Fund contingent upon us moving forward with blanket zoning?
I think administration would say that we believe we've complied with the agreement. We don't speculate on what another order of government might say. And Mayor Farkas, I know, has had some meetings which would suggest that the federal government is looking very positively on us having complied with the agreement.
The matrix is that we keep building houses and keep delivering that affordable housing for Calgarians who are in the need. Who says free no to the free money if someone is willing to give that to make city better for all?
Yes.
I don't mind this, to be honest. Thank you, Mayor, because we just started the process where we're going to take a chunk of housing away. All this does is backstop, and there is no outcome, predetermined outcome. It's asking administration to go back, explore opportunities, so we are not taking housing off our conveyor belt delivery model. And we still have a strategy, which is Home is Here, and that strategy is not just about blanket zoning. It's very holistic. And the biggest part of that is delivering non-market, affordable housing for Calgarians in need. So I don't mind this at all. I think I'm looking forward to the recommendations or the outcome of this motion arising. So I'll be happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, just really quickly. When I offered to second it, it's because I felt that it was pretty inoffensive. It's rather practical, pragmatic. It's the kind of stuff that we already would have to be doing anyway. When we rezoned for housing to begin with, there's a lot of the stuff that was in here and in the housing strategy that were the reasons why the previous council had done that. This just sort of reiterates bringing forward a little bit more information in terms of it, so that we, now that we have repealed the citywide rezoning, this sort of raises it back up to the top to say, okay, then what comes next? I think this is completely appropriate to bring along the same side that as we move to the public hearing and beyond that. Like I said, I find it relatively inoffensive. It's stuff that we were already going to do anyway, so I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. To Councillor Schmidt to close.
Thank you. And I mean, I take some of the points of my colleagues, and through moving this, I think it's important to recognize that while points were made that we're going back in and trying to tinker with something that's prescriptive here, we just voted on something that goes back in time to reverse policies that were put in place by a previous council, and tinkered with that in a very significant way. And we still have the Home is Here strategy in place. We still have the need to build more homes in Calgary. And what this provides us with is the information and the tools that we need as a council to continue to push forward with providing homes for Calgarians. So we're not going back and putting in something that was never there. What we're doing is giving us something to work with that puts us back in a place where we were 2 hours ago. And so we just made some significant changes here today. And if you're taking issue with wanting more information about what we could do to move forward, then I would say that those 2 points do not align with one another, that it is in fact not, they don't align with each other at all, because now we have the opportunity to find a better way forward together as a council to meet our housing goals, which Calgarians have consistently recognized as something that we need to do as a council. And receiving information that is a broad scope like this only provides us with the ability to make better choices for the entire city. So I would hope that everybody would support this based on that, because we can take this information and we can run with it however we decide as a council. And without that information, we'll be poorer for it.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the e-vote on the motion RS.
Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. The motion arising has been defeated 7-8 with Councillors Ward, Johnston, Pantzopoulos, Jameson, Tyre, Chabot, Wyness, and McLean opposed. We will take our break. We will be back at 4:10. Welcome back to Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark. Present. Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
And Mayor Farkas.
I am here.
Thank you, Mayor.
So we have just concluded 9.4.1, notice of motion on repealing blanket rezoning. We concluded all the motions arising. Who's ready for some fireworks? Over to you, Councillor Dhaliwal. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, no blankets involved here, but fireworks for sure. Guys, council colleagues, this is straightforward, nothing, not a major ask. It's just looking into bylaw for 55M 2014, which is about fireworks. Every year in my ward, Diwali is a big event. It's celebrated, but for the last couple, 3 years, there's been lots of issues with residents, not using fireworks respectfully in a safe manner, businesses selling fireworks without permits, not knowing what their responsibilities are. It came to a point last year YYC was so close to shutting it down. So all we are doing is just asking administration to do a review of our fines, our compliance, our enforcement, and bring some recommendation back. I believe by Q3 2026, so we can put some processes in place for next Diwali, which is in October. This was vetted with administration. They're supportive of it. So I urge, if any questions, I'm happy to address them in my close. But straightforward, like I said, thank you if you can support it.
Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal. That's been seconded by Councillor Chabot. Over to Councillor McLean. Councillor Chabot, go ahead.
Thanks. Just a quick debate. I'm happy to support the motion. Although there's no fireworks in my ward, I make sure to send them over to Raj's area. No, actually, there's the same issue that's going on in my ward, maybe not to the same level that is happening in Councillor Dhaliwal's ward, but it's an issue, and hopefully this will get us to a better solution. So hope you can support this.
Well, if nothing else, you can blow the smoke his way. Councillor Chabot, or Councillor McLean.
Well, you phrased that very, you could have went another way with that. My question, I guess, maybe to the mover or administration, when you're talking about just fireworks, does that include, like, say, some other explosive device? Sometimes there's smoke bombs and there's different things you can set off that just are disturbances that fill the air full of noxious smoke or substances. Is that kind of included in our bylaw, or does it could it be added?
Councillor McLean, we have some subject matter experts here, so let's, looks like we're going to be turning it over to our fire marshal.
Councillor, I'm Glenn Baxter, the fire marshal with the Calgary Fire Department. Currently under the bylaw, open flame, pyrotechnics, fireworks display, and consumer fireworks and blasting are all under the same category. So looking at this bylaw would likely look at all of those. All of those currently require a permit and qualified persons to do that work.
Sorry, I missed the first one. What was?
Pyrotechnics, blasting permits, open flame is also included in the same description, and then consumer and display fireworks.
Okay, so that doesn't include if I just had something that, you've seen these devices that just put out massive amounts of colored smoke or whatever. Law enforcement will use them for a reason, or maybe in the military, but some protest groups use those.
Thank you for the follow-up question. Yes, so smoke devices are not always listed by Natural Resources Canada, or the agency who lists pyrotechnic and fireworks devices. Some smoke devices are not listed. They're a consumer device, so they may or may not be covered under our bylaw because they're not listed by Natural Resources Canada. But lots of smoke devices are considered pyrotechnics and would be covered.
Okay. Yeah, I'll leave it to that. I guess this is to explore for now, so hopefully we can explore what all these things mean. But yeah, happy to support.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Tyers.
Yeah, this looks pretty good. Just looking at section D, where it talks about piloting or expanding city-supported community celebrations that provide a safe, centralized alternative to neighborhood fireworks. Just want some clarification on neighborhood fireworks, because a lot of community associations host firework displays in their communities. So in that respect, it would seem that the city already sponsors that through grants and that kind of thing. But can the mover just maybe elaborate on the neighborhood aspect of it?
My time to close?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for the question. Centralized alternative to neighborhood fireworks are not organized fireworks under a permitting process from the city. They can still go ahead. This is more of a neighborhood fireworks where people are not taking permits. They're just getting together in a park or a playground and just, and that happens in Ward 5. In areas like Redstone, Skyview, Saddle Ridge, we have seen a lot of this. So it's not gonna affect organizations that are doing it responsibly as per the bylaw, getting the permits and in a safe manner. So it's not gonna affect that. This is about those fireworks that are not permitted. So with that, councillors, please support it. Like I said, this is much needed in my ward because Diwali was on the election night, and many thought I was behind all the fireworks, but I wasn't. But it's a real issue, and I have heard from residents. It's not just residents, it's also their pets, unsafe. There was a pickup truck in Cornerstone that caught on fire just for fireworks. In Edmonton, 2 houses were burned down because of fireworks. We don't want any of that happening in Calgary. So that's why I promised residents we will do a review. We'll bring in back enforcement, education, fine increases and all that. Looking forward to report coming to council in Q3 of next year. And I can assure residents in Ward 5, Redstone, Cornerstone, Skyview, Cityscape, Saddle Ridge, that we take it seriously. And we are hoping that next year you will see a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On the fireworks enforcement and awareness notice of motion, that motion is carried 15-0 unanimously. Councillor Johnston, I have you in the queue. Was that on the previous item?
Yeah, sir, I just wanted to clarify, can you buy fireworks in the city of Calgary?
No, you can't.
But you can get them like at Sutina though, right?
There are other places near, but I know we're getting off the weeds, Council. I'm gonna stick to the agenda here, Councillor Johnston, and we'll endeavor to get you some answers and follow up.
Okay.
So next to item 9.4.3, Municipal Historic Resource Designation Burn Block. Do we have an administration presentation?
Is a presentation desired?
Yes, please.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor Farkas and members of council. My name is Kim Haskell, and I'm a planner with City Planning Policy. Today, I'm joined in this presentation by my colleague in Heritage Planning, Alistair Pollock. Next slide, please. I'm presenting a request for designation from a private property owner. That is, I'm presenting a request for legal heritage protection as a municipal historic resource. Designations are initiated by the owner, and Heritage Planning typically presents designation reports twice a year. Designation is supported by previous council direction, namely the Calgary Heritage Strategy, the Municipal Development Plan 2020, and the Culture Plan for Calgary. Next slide, please. The report before you seeks council's approval to designate by municipal bylaw the following evaluated heritage site as a municipal historic resource. That the Infrastructure and Planning Committee recommend that council give 3 readings to the following proposed bylaw to designate as a municipal historic resource the burn block per attachment 2. Next slide, please. Legal protection is enabled by the Alberta Historical Resources Act. It is initiated by the property owner of an identified historic site and facilitated through designation. Currently, Calgary has 174 municipally designated sites. That total would be 175 with council support. Next slide, please. The private property recommended for designation is known as the Burn Block, located in Inglewood. The 1912 Burn Block is an exceptional example of Edwardian commercial architecture style. It is highly valued for its polychrome brick masonry facade and its elaborate and detailed architectural elements. The Burn Block is one of the largest and most prominent buildings along 9th Avenue Southeast and is recognized as a heritage landmark and symbol of the area, making this an important designation citywide. Next slide, please. For the benefit of the new councillors, I will briefly outline what heritage planning does and why we're here today. Designation is one of the scopes of work of the heritage planning team. We are a team in the City and Regional Planning Business Unit. We work with the community, property owners, and interested parties to identify, protect, and manage Calgary's historic resources. We're guided by the Calgary Heritage Strategy and provide heritage conservation expertise to internal and external stakeholders. Our work plan encompasses a diverse range of work, and we carry out our work with the assistance of our partners, Calgary Parks, Facilities, and Heritage Calgary. Next slide, please. As mentioned before, the Burn Block is a significant contributor to the 9th Avenue historic Main Street in Inglewood, and designation would be a milestone in several ways. Despite the irreplaceable heritage value of 9th Avenue, only 5 of 25 identified sites have current legal protection. Designation of the Burn Block would help secure the area's unique value as a tourist destination, filming location, and commercial hub. The property owner's request to designate the Burn Block was partly motivated by access to the Heritage Tax Pilot Program, demonstrating the importance of this incentive in protecting major heritage sites. Next slide, please. The property included in this report has been previously recognized by Heritage Calgary through research and adoption as a site on Calgary's inventory of evaluated historic resources. It is eligible for designation as a municipal historic resource, and the owner of this property has formally requested designation. Therefore, Mayor Farkas, City Planning Policy has the following recommendation, which you see on the screen once more. This concludes my presentation. I welcome any questions you or other council members may have.
Firstly, to Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. I actually don't have any questions. This came to committee. Wasn't a whole heck of a lot of discussion, but I'd be happy to relinquish the right to move this item to Councillor Clark, should he so wish, being as it's in Inglewood, but would be more than happy to second it as well. It's certainly a worthwhile building, worth preserving, and appreciate the fact that the owner is willing to come forward and ask for municipal designation. So happy to support.
Thank you. The item's been moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Chabot. Over to you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Worship, and I will be brief, but also wanted to just highlight the fact that this is brought forward by the building owner, which is an important and exciting thing to happen when it comes to heritage preservation, because it's a lot of work to maintain these buildings. And so I think it's absolutely the right thing to do to support getting this done. It sets a really positive tone for what comes next for us here in Ward 9, but of course across the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will deem you closed. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote on the giving of 3 readings.
Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On the recommendation to give the three readings, the motion is carried 15-0. We'll now proceed to the readings of bylaw. First reading of bylaw 58M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 58M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 58M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 58M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Thank you very much. We'll now move to item 9.4.4, Anti-Racism Action Committee Proposed Bylaw. Do we have any members of administration here to speak to that?
Mayor Farkas, I'm pleased to introduce this. This was at committee a little while ago. This was the housekeeping item that changed the previous terms of reference for the Anti-Racism Action Committee to be represented by a bylaw.
Thank you, Ms. Black. Do I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Dhaliwal, seconded by Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you,
Councillor
Mayor.
Dhaliwal?
Straightforward. It was at the CDC. It was extensively discussed, debated, and happy to move.
Great. So seeing no lights, over to you, Councillor Dhaliwal. Close.
Close.
All right. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the e-vote on the recommendations. The recommendation.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. Thank you. On the bylaw readings, the motion is carried 14-1 with Councillor Johnston opposed. I will now move to the readings of the bylaw. First reading of bylaw 57M 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Johnston is opposed. Second reading of bylaw 57M 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Johnston is opposed. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 57M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 57M 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Johnston is opposed. That is carried. Thank you, Council. We'll now move to Section 11, Urgent Business. First on deck, we have the 11.1 Notice of Motion, amending the City of Calgary Flag Policy, CP 2016-17. Over to Councillor McLean to introduce.
Thank you, Mayor. We're moving through pretty fast now. 5 o'clock's within reach. So let's just vote on this, no debate. Okay, I'm bringing forward this motion to amend Calgary's flag policy to end the practice of raising foreign national flags at City Hall. What was once intended to be a unifying and symbolic gesture has, over time, increasingly become a source of division within our community. In recent months, this practice has been used in ways that I've seen have inflamed tensions, including instances where flag raisings have been associated with anti-Semitic behavior and messaging. But regardless of that intent, when City Hall becomes the venue for geopolitical expressions, it places the city in the middle of conflicts that are well beyond our municipal mandates. As a municipal government, we have a responsibility to ensure that the spaces and ceremonies we oversee reflect neutrality, unity, and respect for all Calgarians. City Hall should be a place where residents feel welcome and safe, regardless of background, faith, or heritage. Our role is not to arbitrate international disputes or signal support for one nation or cause over another, but to focus on delivering services and building a cohesive city here at home. This motion is about restoring that principle. It's not about erasing cultures, heritage, or identity. Calgary will still continue to celebrate the rich diversity of our city through cultural events, festivals, and community-led initiatives across our neighborhoods. The official city-led flag raisings, I believe it should be limited to symbols that unite all Calgarians, not one that risks dividing them. I won't read through the entire motion. You can see it on the screen, but in practical terms, it removes a section of the city flag policy related to flags of nations, especially 5.3.2. So remember, this is just the flags of foreign nations. That's it. It also deletes references to raising flags and recognitions of other countries' national days. At its core, this motion is about clarity, consistency, and keeping City Hall focused on what it should represent, a neutral, inclusive space that belongs equally to every Calgarian. I hope you can support this notion, and I'll answer any questions in my closing. Thanks.
Thank you. That's been seconded by Deputy Mayor Jamieson. Again. Thank you, Councillor McLean. Councillor Dhaliwal, was your RTS on this one?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I got some questions from administration. When was this policy first implemented? What year?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Dhaliwal. Through the chair, the current policy as it exists today was adopted by Council in 2016. However, before that version, the policy existed in two policies, one on flag raisings, one on half-masting of flags, and that one dates back to the 1990s.
Okay, so 1990s and 2016 was the change. Flags at City Hall. When I enter City Hall, I do not see any flags of any foreign nation. Right here, I don't see any foreign nation. This is just a pole that sits on Municipal Plaza. Is that considered flags on City Hall?
That's correct. So the flag policy provides for what is called a courtesy flagpole, and that is where the council policy from 2016 directs that the flags of foreign nations be flown. It's strictly on the courtesy pole.
It's on the Municipal Plaza, and the request has to come, and then as per the policy, we make the decision.
Correct. There is an application process that's available on calgary.ca. The requester submits an application for a flag raising that is reviewed by the Civic Engagement and Protocol Office. They make a determination. If it is approved, the flag is raised.
And do people have to be there to raise flags, or city administration can do it on their behalf?
There's no requirement. What the policy provides, that is, if anyone requesting a flag raising, if they are interested in simultaneously holding an event on the Municipal Plaza, they may or may not require a permit. That's a separate process, but there is no requirement to pair a flag raising with an event.
This question is maybe tough, or you may not have information. So far, since 1990s or whatever, 2016, how many times we had a formal complaint that this flag raising is concerning and divisive for Calgarians?
So in my time as city clerk, I can only go back to the last 5 years, and I can tell you that our office has not received complaints with respect to an application that we've approved. I understand that members of council may have, but I have not received a complaint about a flag raising.
Nothing on record, nothing.
Not in the city clerk's office.
How many times, and I don't know who can answer this, we had law enforcement agencies, police, CPS, or our bylaw officers or our peace officers responding to a formal flag raising, not the protest, the formal flag raising?
So that one I cannot answer, but I do believe that the chief security officer is here and he can address any security concerns.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Tillotson. I'm the Director of Corporate Security and the Chief Security Officer. Thank you for your question, Councillor. I'm not aware of any incidents where law enforcement have been called specifically for flag raising, issues surrounding flag raising. Corporate security, in the last term of council, we did some research on any data that we had regarding calls that we attended regarding flag raising, and we don't have any instances of specific to the flag raising, whether that be disturbances, property damage, those types of things.
Nothing on record again?
Nothing on record, no.
Thank you. Are people who raise flags, they may be holding flags in their hands, are they allowed to bring those flags into the City Hall?
No, there are specific bylaws about bringing flags into City Hall and signs and those types of things, but this is out on the plaza where the flag raising takes place.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. And all I'm going to say is I'm not going to support this. I think this is more divisive than any good it's going to do. We heard there's nothing on record that we got formal complaints about any of these flags. There's nothing on record. We got confirmation from the corporate security about CPS or other authorities being called. And I don't want to go into details why this came about, but if we want to build a city that is inclusive, that celebrates where sometimes people come from or their generation, previous generations come from and their contributions to this city, it does not create any division. Actually, it helps them feel part of the city. I've been here many times, and we were there when our Métis Nation raised their flag, though it's a different flag, but definitely it was a flag, but we're gonna get more requests. My ward represents one of the most diverse group of people, Bangladesh, Nepalese, Pakistani, other South Asian countries, Middle Eastern countries, Peru, Bolivia. I get invites all the time when they're raising flags, and the sense of pride and the sense of gratitude they have for Calgarians in Calgary, city of Calgary, it's immense, immense. So I will not support it, and because it's not gonna help, it's gonna create more divisions in our society than it's gonna help. So please, I urge councillors, we got better things to do. Flags, we shouldn't be fighting over flags. Last council was always accused, you're going out of your lane, for instance, single-use bag bylaw and all that. This is exactly an example of that. Nobody had asked us to do this. And the record is telling, the facts are, data is telling us there had never been issues with this flag raising. So please, that's my opinion. I'm not gonna be able to support it. And just to send a strong message to those Calgarians who take pride in this, let's not support it either. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Johnston.
Hi there. Sorry. What happens to the like if this passes? What happens to the bookings for the flags going forward that have already been booked in?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Johnston. As of right now, we do not have any approved bookings for any future flag raisings at City Hall, so no approvals have been issued.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Winas.
Thank you. In the current flag policy, is there not a clause that says that administration consults the mayor's office to confirm if the flag is deemed divisive, and that could change whether or not a flag is flown?
Through the chair to Councillor Winas, it is, but that is not a clause that has been used with respect to flags of nations. That is a clause that can be used for flags of organizations or at times when a solemn event has occurred. When it comes to flag raisings of nations, the only criteria that is applied is whether it is a flag of a nation with which Canada has diplomatic relations. If diplomatic relations exist, then the approval is granted and there's no further consultation.
Okay. Can diplomatic relations, because we're here because of one flag, do we break down what that is deemed to be?
I will perhaps ask Assistant Director Brower to help me with this question, but what typically we do, if in doubt, we do reach out to Global Affairs Canada to confirm if diplomatic relations are in place. We also consult with our partners across Canada that operate flag programs, but if in doubt, we would reach out to Global Affairs. And I don't know if there's anything else that we do. That's it.
And when was the last time we reached out to Global Affairs to get a ruling on a flag?
With respect to the, so in September, when Government of Canada recognized the State of Palestine, we were actually in the process of consulting with our partners in the City Clerk's office, and they were the ones that had reached out. So given that the City Clerk's office in Toronto reached out and they received confirmation from Global Affairs, we didn't feel like we needed to, but that was the last time that we considered it.
And so Global Affairs said the flag was good to go?
Global Affairs confirmed for the City Clerk's office in Toronto that the Government of Canada did recognize the State of Palestine, and that confirmation was also repeated and addressed in a recent ruling in the Superior Court in Ontario, acknowledging that fact.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, flag raising goes way, way back. If you want to go back to almost just shortly after World War II, where the British Army was training their troops here, as well as the Royal New Zealand and the Royal Australian Air Force. And long-standing tradition of raising their flags in commemoration of all the Air Force personnel that were trained here and ultimately ended up fighting in World War II. That was the beginning. And so there's been a long tradition of continuing to raise flags at City Hall. I'm not of the opinion that we should stop raising flags, notwithstanding the fact that there may be some controversial ones. I think there's mechanisms that we can prevent some of those if they are deemed to be offensive or controversial. And so from that perspective, I'm more of the opinion that we should continue to fly them until there's a real strong reason as to why we should not. And as far as I'm concerned, based on what I've heard, haven't heard of a lot of negative stuff going on at City Hall as of yet. Not that I'm trying to invite it, but again, we have security to prevent any of these things if we do hear that there's potential conflicts coming up. So from my perspective, if we choose to not fly any, then we are excluding a lot of folks who have been flying flags here for decades. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Over to Councillor Atkinson.
We heard that there were no incidents through Councillor Dollywell's line of questioning. And I know there's talk about raising flags being divisive in nature, right? But we know the timelines, we know the flag we're talking about. Why this came up today, it was because of the raising of the Palestinian flag. And I just need to put that on the record so I can also say that look at the CTV report for that day. There was 250 people that came out and got to sort of see their national flag flown at City Hall and to experience the inclusiveness of that flag going up. But that's actually not the part that I want to draw you to. I think Councillor Dollywell's point on that and people sort of taking pride in seeing their flag flown is very, very important, and we should not diminish that. But the other side of it is, I want to draw your attention to the 3 people that showed up to counter-protest. They showed up to counter-protest and there was no violence. There was no violence. That is about creating a democratic society where we can come together, we can have different ideas on an issue, we can exist in the same plaza. And that friction, that is what builds a healthy and democratic society. The ability to coexist, the fact that we can all sit around here in council chambers and debate and have different points of view. And that flag is a way to actually build in friction in a very healthy way. It allows for celebration, it allows for people to come out in opposition there too, and it allows for those ideas to be debated in a public sphere, in a public space, without reprisal of violence. And I actually think that specifically the fact that we're talking about the Palestinian flag, and specifically today, of all days, to be debating this motion, I think it would be a gesture of this council towards intellectual freedom, towards democratic rights, towards treating neighbors with humanity and dignity, even if they might have an opposing point of view, to vote this down today, specifically. It allows for the right amount of friction. It allows for a debate of ideas, and I think that making sure that, yes, communities from all across the world can come here and feel a little bit of pride in that moment of seeing their flag raised, but we cannot walk away from all of the things that create those little bits of friction. If we do, then people don't know how to have that friction and have it in a way that does not lead to violence, that does not lead to poor outcomes. You have to give people stepping stones in ways that are safe. And there is no better way, I think, in terms of what's on our agenda today, than to allow this to continue and to sort of say, no, City Council stands up for the right for every person to exist and to call this city home and to have pride in this place. And you can have an opposing point of view, but that does not mean that you get to step on the rights and the freedoms of other individuals. That is what this place is all about. So I urge all of council, please do not support this motion. We need that friction. We need intellectual freedom. We cannot sanitize the public away from the friction of different ideas. If anything, we need to create a culture and a place where those differences of ideas are not only bumping up against each other, but somewhat celebrated. And that's what raising the flag does. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yule?
Yeah, one of the things that I was trying to think about with this is, like, I didn't hear any of this at the doors, so I defaulted to my advocacy roots, and I went and thought, like, has there been another council that has dealt with, you know, flag controversies here in Calgary? And so a plug to the Calgary Library. Your membership to the Calgary Library also gives you access to all the archives of the Calgary Herald. And so I encourage councillors to look at what other councils have done in the past. And there has been controversies. In the 60s, the controversy of the day was, should we be raising the flag of Ireland for St. Patrick's Day? That was the big controversy back then. But another flag raising that was kind of poignant, in 1972, Mayor Rod Sykes raised the Ukrainian flag during Soviet Russia to celebrate the independence of Ukraine. And I thought, wow, this is a statement flag. And we are next year going to be honoring Rod Sykes in our flags with a half-mast in February. But the one that caught me was 1982, Mayor Ralph Klein, when he said in an article, it says, after explaining that the pole outside City Hall was erected to display the flags of various nations that have been oppressed. Like, Ralph Klein was explaining what that flag is for, and I think this council kind of has to learn from previous councils that this flag that we have out there is really important. We are a tapestry of different nations here in Calgary, and I think we need to be reflective of that here at City Hall. And you know, every council is going to hit their own controversy when it comes to flags, but what I've learned in my orientation here at City Hall is that is the people's plaza, and the people need to be reflected in that plaza. So I will be voting against this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt?
The word, excuse me, the word division has come up a few times, and I think because we can't control things that are happening outside of our city, that means that we have a responsibility with members within our own wards and our own community to address that division. But we do that through engagement with those communities and trying to bring people together, because our roles as councillors are often more important as people who create connections in the community with other community groups. It's a privileged role that we have, and that kind of work needs to be happening all the time, and that's our responsibility in this role. And by voting on something like this, we eliminate part of that ability to continue to make those connections and to lead those conversations in a positive direction by being that connector with the different communities. And we can't form those connections by ignoring the issue. So regardless of how we all vote today, I would like all of us to remember that we have that responsibility moving forward to ensure that everybody who calls our ward and our city home has to feel safe and has to feel welcome, because once they've moved here, they're Calgarians. And Calgarians come to us with many different experiences, whether that's from a different province or from a different country. And we have a huge privilege living in this city, in this country, that we can have those discussions safely and freely. And as representatives of our city, we need to ensure that that level of discussion remains high, remains welcoming, and keeps safety and that welcoming attitude above and beyond everything else. So think about the hard work, and that hard work continues regardless of how this motion proceeds today.
Thank you. Any other debate on this before I go to Councillor McLean to close? Okay, over to you, Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas. I think you're all kind of agreeing with me, because if you remember at the beginning, what was intended to be a unifying symbolic gesture has now increasingly become a source of division. We're all arguing how we don't want to have division. And this is what is happening when we're raising flags of different countries. Times have changed. Councillor Ewell pointed out some of the previous iterations, but we are seeing increased global tensions across the world, a lot of them turning violent. This one maybe hasn't turned violent yet. Everybody's talking about nothing's happened yet. I want to get ahead of it is all. If you want to celebrate your cultural identity, you go across the street. That's what we had Olympic Square for. You can go in, we have parades, we have all sorts of different events where you raise your flags and you dance your dance or you sing your songs. That's not disappearing. What I'm talking about here, I didn't want to make this divisive, but yeah, we are talking about a flag that was very, very divisive. And on this day, I didn't want to go here either, but yes, by having certain chanting, which I've seen here in City Hall, globalize the Intifada, from the river to the sea, red triangles, we all know what those means. Those are calls for violence, and that happened right in City Hall many times. We were maybe going to have a big protest tonight. Again, I don't want to talk about division. I want to talk about unity. It says right in our city bylaw, the city will not fly a flag of an organization whose philosophies, well, I'll go to this one. There's lots of them. Fly flags which may be considered controversial or divisive. Councillor Wynette said, who's going to make that decision? I don't want us all to put that on the mayor or administration. Let's just not fly any of them. We are Canada. We are Calgary, Alberta, Canada. The province is moving to where they are only going to fly the provincial flag or Edmonton's flag or Canadian flag. We're not excluding anybody. Again, you can have all your cultural events you want, but in this square, this is Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and those are the flags that shall go up there. Again, I do not want something bad to happen in the future. I don't want this to be divisive. And going forward, again, I think it was Councillor Chabot who you talked about Russia. Russia was once an ally. They're not anymore. We wouldn't fly that flag. That might turn off the, we can't? Well, maybe that'll change. Why do we got to keep worrying about changing all the rules? Let's just not fly any flags. That's all I'm saying. It's, to me, it's not about creating division. It's just about easing division. Again, you're looking at it all wrong. We're not trying to pick on one country or one flag or anybody else. Let's treat everybody the same and just have the flag of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. So support this. It'll end division and the division that we're having right now. It's not going to end if we keep this going. That's all. Please vote yes.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On the amendment to the City of Calgary flag policy to no longer fly international flags, the motion is carried 8-7 with Councillors Schmidt, Kelly, Dhaliwal, Atkinson, Ewell, Chabot, and Wyness opposed. All right, Council, I will see you back for this specific meeting on Wednesday, 9:30 to resume the remaining items, but I will see you tomorrow for a completely different bonus meeting, a public hearing.